Abandoned Lair was one of the two most notorious and savage forces in Hung Luo star field. It was a dangerous organization filled with wicked evildoers. The only other place as infamous as this was Galaxy Ridge. Almost 90% of the star pirates and exiled cultivators in the entire star field belonged to these two forces. For that reason, everyone who lived in their headquarters was a criminal with an evil, malicious, brutal, and violent temperament. The three great forces of the star field had been in constant friction with these two forces for thousands of years and had even once joined forces to destroy them outright. However, both Abandoned Lair and Galaxy Ridge had their headquarters located in regions of the star field that were easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, they were protected by powerful natural spirit arrays, so it was no simple task to eradicate them. The three great forces of the star field had suffered enormous losses as a result. Thus, the matter had been left unsettled until now. Abandoned Lair was not really a lair. Rather, it was an extremely chaotic region of the star field surrounded by raging starry sky storms and turbulent asteroid seas. If one was not familiar with the method of entry and exit, even a third-order origin king would be at mortal risk if they lost their way in these lands. In the center of this chaotic region were many huge asteroids. Each of these asteroids was so large that their sizes were difficult to estimate. Originally, some star pirates had settled in this region of the starry sky, building their homes on these asteroids. As the generations passed, more and more star pirates settled here, eventually leading to the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Abandoned Lair was not a single unified force but rather a gathering of many different factions of star pirates. Among these factions, the Blood Star Pirates were considered the strongest because their boss, Jiang Xuesong, was a third-order origin king. With his strength, he was considered to be one of the strongest masters in the star field, and there were few that could oppose him. Jiang Xuesong had been cultivating for 1,500 years now, and it was rumored that his origins could be traced back to Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the star field. Jiang Xuesong had been a talented genius in Sword Union when he was younger, and Sword Union's higher-ups supposedly had great expectations of him at the time, so he was carefully nurtured. However, something happened for some reason, and in the end, he murdered his master, massacred his fellow cultivators, turned traitor against the Sword Union, and escaped to Abandoned Lair. Several hundred years later, the Blood Star Pirates grew to fame. Jiang Xuesong's hair was graying, and he looked like he was in his twilight years. His appearance was very unusual for a third-order origin king. Despite his age, though, his back remained as straight as a sword. It seemed as though his time in Sword Union when he was younger still influenced his demeanor to a certain extent. As he sat there, his entire being was akin to a sword concealed within its sheath. He was a blade that was as sharp as could be. On the opposite side of the table Jiang Xuesong sat at was an elderly man sipping on his tea. This old man's body exuded an extremely uncomfortable blood qi. Although these two were similar in age, a closer look would reveal that this old man's body was surging with a bloody aura, and his vitality was far stronger than an ordinary young man's would be. Moreover, the blood qi pulsing from this old man was extremely sinister and strange. "So, did you manage to learn anything?" The old man put his teacup down and asked softly. Jiang Xuesong was the master of Abandoned Lair, so nobody had ever spoken to him on equal terms before, let alone question him in this manner. Although the old man had phrased his words as a question, his tone was that of a superior speaking to his subordinate. The old man was also a third-order origin king though, so his cultivation was no weaker than Jiang Xuesong's. Furthermore, the clothes he was wearing indicated his origins. He was from the Netherworld sect of the Grand Desolation Star Field. This old man was one of the vice sect masters of the Netherworld sect. Jiang Xuesong was unaware of the old man's true name and only knew that he called himself Old Hawk. The way of a sword master requires one to have a resolute sword heart. They would rather break than bend, especially when it came to a peerless swordsman like Jiang Xuesong. If anybody else dared to show him such disrespect, he would have slashed out with his sword to let the other party know the cost of offending him. Unfortunately, Jiang Xuesong was not confident he could defeat Old Hawk. Besides, even if he was upset over Old Hawk's condescending attitude, He did not want to make an enemy out of the Netherworld sect. Over the past 10 years, Zhang Xuesong had witnessed the strength of the Netherworld sect, and if it really came down to a fight, Abandoned Lair would not be able to survive. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Xuesong quickly replied, "I have not heard anything useful. The people of your star field perished so quickly that nothing useful could be gathered at all." Old Hawk said, "There must be some sort of clue. It's practically impossible for there to be no leads whatsoever, right? In recent months, those from Grand Desolation Starfield had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of their conquest from their invasion over the past decade or so had been lost. One after another, they had lost contact with the stars they had sent forces to occupy, including Monster Emperor Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. Old Hawk didn't care about the deaths of cultivators belonging to other great forces from Grand Desolation Starfield, but he had no choice but to care about those from the Netherworld sect. What frightened Old Hawk the most, though, was that he had also lost contact with Tongxian Realm. That was where one of his fellow Vice Sect Masters was stationed. That person's cultivation was comparable to his own, and he had been leading 4 other Third-Order Origin Kings. With such a lineup, who in the Hung Luo star field could have fought back against them, much less exterminate them? Maybe some sort of accident occurred on their side and caused communications to be cut off. Even Old Hawk himself could not convince his brain to believe in this conjecture, as he instinctively felt that something was wrong but couldn't figure out what the problem was. Therefore, he asked Zhang Xuesong to send someone out to inquire about the situation. In the end, though, this was the only answer he received. It was extremely displeasing. There really are no leads whatsoever. If you don't believe me, you can send your own men out to investigate. Old Hawk, Zhang Xuesong replied in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. Unlike Galaxy Ridge, which had chosen to surrender to Grand Desolation Star Field entirely, the path Zhang Xuesong chose was cooperation. He formed an alliance with Grand Desolation Star Field to destroy Sword Union and avenge the deep grudge he held towards them from back then. Simply judging from the results, the cooperation was going pretty well. Sword Union had been annihilated, and some of the cultivation stars under its control had fallen into the hands of the cultivators from Grand Desolation Starfield. As a result, Sword Union had collapsed. Of its leaders, only Sword Union's young Union Master had managed to escape and seek refuge on Tongxian Realm. Even so, Tongxian Realm was similarly caught in a precarious situation at the moment. Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere else to hide once Netherworld Sect's plans succeeded. At that time, he would surely be killed. Unfortunately, Zhang Xuesong was not happy despite completing the revenge he had been seeking for hundreds of years. He had mistakenly underestimated the strength of the Netherworld Sect, and although he was the biggest boss in Abandoned Lair had practically fallen into Netherworld Sect's control. Zhang Xuesong had long become a boss in name only. If Netherworld Sect really wanted to get rid of me, I wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches either. That's what I get for trying to do something impossible. It was just that there was no benefit to dealing with a sword master that would rather break than bend. Therefore, the Netherworld Sect had been tolerant towards him for so long because removing him would have led to internal friction within Abandoned Lair's ranks. Nevertheless, cooperation was no longer on the table. Zhang Xuesong had long served his purpose, and it was time to cast him away. He would never be a follower. Hence, he was obviously the first thing Netherworld Sect had to deal with after the complete fall of Hung Luo Starfield. Old Hawk smiled lightly, but coupled with the gloomy aura around him, that smile gave off a chilling feeling. I believe you, Boss Zhang. But the events over the past few months have been too ridiculous. You are a native, so you should know if there is anybody with the means to do something so extraordinary. Zhang Xuesong raised his sharp eyebrows and said in surprise, Old Hawk, are you saying that all those who lost contact with you were struck by a disaster? Old Hawk sighed. I don't want to think so, but I don't think I am wrong. It would have been different if they only lost contact with 1 or 2 places. That could have been explained away as an accident or mishap. However, they had lost contact with too many places recently that something more had to be happening. Even if Old Hawk did not want to admit it, he was certain that some reclusive master from Hung Luo Star Field must have come out of seclusion. Moreover, that person was hunting down the cultivators from Grand Desolation Starfield and Netherworld sect. Jiang Shuesong was slightly taken aback by those words. If even Old Hawk has said so, then it must be true. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Back then, there was an old fart in the Starfield who was universally recognized as the strongest, and his strength truly was unfathomable." Who? Wu Dao. Who in Hung Luo Starfield did not know of the name Wu Dao? Wu Dao had already reached the Third Order Origin King Realm before Jiang Shuesong was born, and his cultivation had only grown stronger over the years. It would make sense if he was the one behind the attacks. But it can't be him. Jiang Shuesong slowly shook his head. "Why do you say that?" Old Hawk asked. "Because he left the star field several dozen years ago to go to some more mysterious world. The star boundary." Old Hawk's eyes flashed, revealing a look of yearning that was soon extinguished. Star boundary? Jiang Shuesong stared at Old Hawk in amazement. It was the first time he had heard this name, and it naturally piqued his curiosity. "Go on." Unfortunately, Old Hawk couldn't be bothered to explain anything to him. Hung Luo Starfield was clueless about the existence of the star boundary, but those from Grand Desolation Starfield were not. That was because the ancestral founders of Netherworld sect had traveled to the star boundary thousands of years ago and founded a sect there. Those ancestors had in turn once used a great divine ability to send some knowledge and treasures back to the Netherworld sect. As a vice sect master of Netherworld sect, Old Hawk was no stranger to the star boundary. After all, the previous sect master, Yin Lisheng, had also gone to the star boundary. The star boundary was the world all cultivators yearned for. It was a place with greater world principles and a higher martial Tao. If not for the fact that he was getting on in years, Old Hawk would have loved to travel to the star boundary as well. Jiang Shuesong knit his brow and continued, "Since it's impossible for it to be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anybody else." While speaking, he frowned and hesitated for a moment. "It's impossible that it's him too." "Who?" "A junior named Yang Kai." "Why did you mention him if he is a junior?" Old Hawk was irritated. Jiang Shuesong replied, "I've never met Yang Kai personally. However, he is no ordinary junior. The reason Wu Dao was able to travel to your so-called star boundary was all thanks to him. Back then, it was Yang Kai who brought Wu Dao and a few other masters with him when he left the star field. There was a rumor going around the star field at the time claiming that he could become the strongest person in the star field and replace Wu Dao from the top position in less than 100 years. Jiang Shuesong sighed. "I regret not getting a chance to fight against him. If that's your wish, I can satisfy it." A person's voice suddenly called out from afar. When they heard the first word this voice spoke, it seemed to be several dozen kilometers away. But by the time the sentence was finished, a brave and heroic figure had already appeared in front of them inside the hall they were sitting in. The dim light in abandoned lair shone against his back, creating a long shadow as if to cover the entire hall in his shadow. His face was obscured by the lighting, making it impossible to see clearly. Only a pair of eyes stood out, shining brightly in the dim darkness. Both Jiang Shuesong and Old Hawk felt their hearts clench in their chests. The person who had come did not release any aura, but he made all the hairs on their body stand on end. His mere presence was that terrifying. "Who?" Jiang Shuesong shouted as he jumped to his feet. The figure strode into the great hall and stood in front of him in just 2 or 3 steps. And all of a sudden, Jiang Shuesong felt as though a huge dragon was bearing down on him. He involuntarily took several steps back and fell back into his chair. At the same time, he heard a cracking sound coming from the sword heart he had been cultivating for 1,500 years as a fracture appeared. "I'm feeling fear." It wasn't until this moment that he came back to his senses and realized what had happened to him just moments ago, shocking him greatly. Having lived a perilous life, Jiang Shuesong had encountered countless powerful enemies before. But even so, he had never retreated in fear before, regardless of who his enemy was. No matter how famous his opponent was, or how powerful their cultivation might be, Jiang Shuesong would still pierce through them with his sword. It would be worth it even if his body was broken to pieces. It was such a determination that had allowed him to hone his flawless sword heart. However, just now, he felt paralyzing fear for the first time in his life, and that caused a chip to appear in his sword heart. Yang Kai looked down and practically shoved his face in Jiang Shuesong's face while grinning widely. "Boss Jiang, how can you be so forgetful? You even mentioned my name just now. Could it be that you forgot about me in just the blink of an eye? You are—" Jiang Shuesong's eyes bulged in their sockets as an extremely absurd idea came to mind. Drawing a determined cry from his lips, "That's impossible! Anything is possible." Yang Kai turned around and sat at the table. Then, he turned to look at Old Hawk and asked, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" That casual posture of his did not look like he had just barged into an extremely dangerous place. Rather, Yang Kai made it seem as though he was visiting his neighbor's house. Even Old Hawk, who had experienced many great storms before, couldn't help feeling that it was absolutely absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Old Hawk. "Are you the sect master of Netherworld sect?" "No." Old Hawk shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I guess I came to the wrong place again." A sword intent surged without warning just then, and a dazzling sword wave flashed out simultaneously, illuminating the entire Great Hall. At that moment, everything in the world seemed to have lost its brilliance, and only the shining sword light remained. Jiang Shuesong had made a bold move without any warning. As a swordsman, he should never launch a sneak attack on another, and indeed he had never done so against any foe he had fought before in the past. He had always defeated his enemies in head-on clashes. However, Yang Kai's pressure had made a sliver of fear sprout in his heart and corrupted his sword heart. As a result, the anger born from shame had made him disregard everything else other than the impulse to kill. Before the sword chi struck its target, though, Old Hawk raised his hand and a blood-colored banner appeared in his palm. It was one of the two most common artifacts of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. The Blood Sea Banner in Old Hawk's hand was clearly better than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far, its aura distinguishing it as a peak origin king-grade artifact. If it wasn't for the fact that the Starfield's world principles did not allow for it, this artifact would have become a Dao Source-grade artifact with just a few more sacrifices and refining. Old Hawk waved the Blood Sea Banner and subsequently, a turbulent gush of blood chi blasted out, transforming into a blood sea that engulfed Yang Kai like a tidal wave. At the same time, an unmatched sword wave slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Shuesong couldn't help feeling disappointed and frustrated at that moment. He did not know how high this young man's cultivation was, but there was no way that he could survive after taking on a sword technique initiated by a swords master like himself with only a distance of a single step between them. Not to mention Old Hawk had coordinated with his attack just now. Although the two of them had been at odds with each other all this while, they worked together for a common cause at this moment, and their coordination was near perfect. After the sword wave slashed downward, Jiang Shuesong's expression changed drastically, while Old Hawk could feel that something was wrong too. A shiver ran up their spines as they exchanged a glance, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. After that, they turned into two streams of light and rushed out of the hall without any hesitation, vanishing out of sight in a blink of an eye. In the midst of the turbulent blood sea, a fist blasted out suddenly. The blood sea shattered into pieces and the residual sword light dispersed. Then, Yang Kai took a step forward and appeared outside the hall. He did not chase after those two, however, and instead just leaned against one of the pillars of the Great Hall and coldly watched the situation with mild interest. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuesong and Old Hawk looked around and froze in place after rushing out of the main hall. Abandoned lair, which they had regarded as secure and impenetrable, was now surrounded by more than a dozen black starships. A huge fleet was besieging the entire abandoned lair, and groups of people were constantly pouring out of these starships, rushing into the asteroids of all shapes and sizes to hunt down all the wicked cultivators who lived here. Since when? Abandoned lair was extremely easy to defend while incredibly difficult to attack. Additionally, it was guarded by natural spirit arrays and terrifying starry sky storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns of this place could navigate a safe path of entry and exit. Despite how strong the Netherworld sect was, even Old Hawk would have to pay a high price if he brought his men here to storm abandoned lair. The only reason he could enter this place safely was that Zhang Xuesong had taken the initiative to contact him more than 10 years ago. However, this seemingly safe place had been now breached without anybody knowing it. It was a nightmare, to say the least. The powerful auras that washed over them from all directions clearly told Old Hawk and Zhang Xuesong a cruel fact. Today was going to be a disastrous day. A small figure flew towards them suddenly. Zhang Xuesong focused on the figure and saw that it was a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Old Hawk seemed to have realized it too, and his expression turned cold. Twisting the Blood Sea banner in his hand, he swiftly rolled up that little girl into it. In the next moment, Zhang Xuesong's figure suddenly retreated explosively, quickly distancing himself from Old Hawk. "What are you doing?" Old Hawk glared at Zhang Xuesong furiously. "We must work together to get out of here quickly. This guy must be insane. Why is he moving away from me at this point? Don't tell me he thinks he can break through this siege with that stupid sword of his?" Zhang Xuesong looked at Old Hawk earnestly and shook his head. "We each have our own destinies." Although Zhang Xuesong had not noticed anything peculiar about the little girl, the sword heart inside his body had sent out strong warning signals when she appeared, as if a voice in his heart was screaming, "Get away! Get away! Get as far away as possible! Have you gone mad?" Old Hawk raged. "In the current situation, we need to join Fork, M?" Halfway through, he suddenly lowered his head and looked at his Blood Sea banner. A bright red flame had appeared at some point on it and was now swiftly spreading out in all directions, burning madly. The scorching aura made Old Hawk's blood run cold as he desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner, trying to extinguish the flame. Unfortunately, the fire remained unaffected regardless of what he did. In fact, his Saint Chi only seemed to make it burn faster. "Pooh!" Old Hawk spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His artifact had been damaged, and he suffered from the backlash. Then, a small figure stepped out of the Blood Sea banner. The little girl used her fair finger to lightly poke his head, and he immediately collapsed to the ground limply like a balloon that had lost all its air. Lu Yen picked the old man up with one hand and looked up only to see Zhang Xuesong had already merged with his sword light and turned into a streak that was soaring away with all haste. "What the hell? What the hell is that little girl?" Not only was she unscathed after being stuffed into the Blood Sea banner, but she was even capable of escaping. She destroyed the Blood Sea banner without any effort at all. She heavily injured Old Hawk with a single finger. That strength is beyond anything that I can imagine. I need to run. I need to run as far as possible. Don't run. A voice that was as sweet and pure as a silver bell suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head to look, Zhang Xuesong saw that the little girl was now keeping pace with him. She looked like she was walking leisurely as she carried Old Hawk, who was half dead, in one hand. The corners of Zhang Xuesong's eyes twitched fiercely as he almost had the urge to burst out cursing. Biting his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which greatly enhanced the sword light around his body, increasing his speed dramatically. Seemingly not even flustered by this increase in speed, Lu Yen simply tapped her delicate feet harder, stretched out her little hand, and grabbed Zhang Xuesong's sword, causing the sword light coming from it to change from a brilliant glow to a dim hue as she snapped in annoyance. "I said, don't run." The sharp and unmatched Origin King-grade artifact longsword that could split mountains failed to inflict any damage on her whatsoever, even though she held it in such a way. "Wah!" Zhang Xuesong spewed out a mouthful of blood again. But this time around, it was caused by the shock from his sudden change in momentum. Turning to stare at the little girl, he almost wondered if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yen, holding Old Hawk in one hand and Zhang Xuesong in the other, strolled back a short distance and threw them to the ground outside the Great Hall. Old Hawk's aura was practically non-existent while his injuries were anything but light. Although Zhang Xuesong was in better condition, he no longer had any fighting spirit left, his eyes completely dull. Yang Kai, still leaning against the pillar of the Great Hall with his arms folded across his chest, smiled slightly at this sight and called out, "Thanks!" Lu Yen pouted, as if blaming him for making her do something so bothersome, and vented her frustrations by kicking Zhang Xuesong. Meanwhile, Xianxia did not dare to make a single sound nor speak a single word of protest. Crouching down a bit, Yang Kai stared at Old Hawk and asked, "Where is the sect master of Netherworld's sect now?" Old Hawk looked up at Yang Kai and answered in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned in response as he suddenly raged, "Old dog, you better not lie to me. Your cultivation is pretty high, so you must be an elder at the very least. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Old Hawk tearfully replied, "I really don't know. He might be at Galaxy Ridge." "Might?" Yang Kai scowled, his expression turning savage. "Is he there, or is he not?" Old Hawk trembled. "I cannot be sure." "Useless!" Yang Kai cursed. Grabbing Old Hawk by the clothes, he threw him off into the distance. Old Hawk screamed as he flew out 1,000 meters before suddenly exploding into a blood mist. Grand Desolation Starfield had invaded Hung Luo Starfield, and the main culprit behind this invasion was Netherworld Sect. Therefore, the sect master of Netherworld Sect was the one who all blame had to be laid upon. It was only natural for Yang Kai to seek out the sect master of Netherworld Sect to make that person pay. It was a pity that that person was nowhere to be seen. It didn't matter though, as this battle was only Hung Luo Starfield's first counterattack. The sect master of Netherworld Sect would appear sooner or later, as long as he was still within Hung Luo Starfield. Besides, the attack against Galaxy Ridge should have started by now, with Su Yen leading the battle. Galaxy Ridge wouldn't be able to make any waves either with her assuming command. At the same time, the passage between the two starfields was being guarded by Li Jiao. Li Jiao and his entire family had been sent by Yang Kai to guard this passage. Those from Grand Desolation Starfield would not be able to receive any reinforcements, much less think of escaping from Hung Luo Starfield. The reason why Yang Kai had waited 10 days to gather allies was that he wanted to wipe out Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop. He did not want to let a single enemy escape from his grasp. Although he and Lu Yen could run rampant in this place, Abandoned Lair was huge and a few rats would surely slip through their fingers without a corresponding force assisting him. It was different now though. One of the two most powerful people in Abandoned Lair had died while the other was gravely injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by Hung Luo Starfield's forces, so it was simply a pipe dream for those cultivators from Grand Desolation Starfield and these star pirates to even think of escaping from this place. The sounds of massacre continued endlessly as Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at Xianxia, a trace of disgust flashing across his eyes as he declared, "Let's hear it if you have any useful information for me. If you can satisfy me, I will give you a swift death." Half a day later, the commotion gradually subsided. Abandoned Lair was in ruins, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. This sin-filled location, which had existed for thousands of years, was finally swept clean today. Heaven-shaking cheers resounded through the sky as everybody let out the joy within their hearts. Ever since the invasion of Grand Desolation Starfield, it was the first time in more than 10 years that they achieved such a large-scale victory. Moreover, it was such a one-sided and crushing battle. They only destroyed Abandoned Lair so far, which was still very far from their objective of ruthlessly killing all the cultivators of Grand Desolation Starfield. However, today's battle was like a little spark, illuminating the entire starfield. It was the single spark that could start a great fire. "I'll leave the rest to you." Yang Kai smiled at everyone around him and leisurely flew off. This time around, he didn't even bring Lu Yen with him. The embodiment, Lu Yen, Ruan Baiting, and Su Yen were all existences that surpassed the limits of a starfield. So combined with the many masters on their side within the starfield, their lineup was enough to solve all the problems they might face. All they needed was some time. Hence, there was no need for Yang Kai to hang around. Besides, he had something more important to do. "Where is he going?" Ruan Baiting asked Lu Yen, who looked upset. "He went to refine the starfield." Everybody was shocked by those words. The starfield can be refined. They had only heard of people refining a star source to become a star master. They were unaware that even the starfield could be refined. What an amazing thing it would be if the refinement process was successful. Would that make him the master of the entire starfield? Nobody dared to imagine what changes Yang Kai would bring to the starfield. They did not dare to imagine how strong Xianxia would be at that point either. Xianxia drifted aimlessly across the vast starry sky, going with the flow without any direction in mind. He flew off quickly after leaving abandoned lair, releasing a constant stream of his qi as he traveled and leaving a path of aura behind him. The previous experiment had proven that the idea in his head was feasible. In that case, he might as well go all out in doing it. It might be a little troublesome and time-consuming, but it still showed results. Who knows? He might even be able to figure out a better solution during the refinement process. 10 days later, he successfully refined a large piece of starry sky around abandoned lair. Concurrently, the color of the position corresponding to this piece of starry sky on the star chart in his knowledge sea changed a little. It also seemed to be brighter. This lighter area might not even make up a fraction of the star chart as a whole, but it was still a good start. Xianxia immediately aimed for the next piece of starry sky after successfully refining this piece of starry sky. Day after day, the same process repeated over and over again. However, he was not bored by the monotony of it. Instead, he immersed himself in it. As piece after piece of the star field was refined and spot by spot on the star chart in his knowledge sea lit up, Xianxia began to develop a weak connection with the entire star field while he had full control over all the places that he had successfully refined with just a mere thought. If this connection had existed when he was in the ancestral domain before, he was certain he could accurately locate Hung Luo star field without referring to the star chart. The star field was vast and untouched. It gave birth to untold millions of creatures every day. There were places filled with death and dangers, as well as places filled with life and opportunity. During the refinement process, Xianxia could sense and experience all of these things, and as a result, they brought out a host of different feelings in him. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Xianxia was like a leaf, drifting about the star field. As he refined more and more of the starry sky, the illuminated areas in the star chart became larger and larger. His refining speed increased too. That wasn't all. He also figured out a method of refining that was faster than before. Navigating his way around an endless asteroid sea, jumping from one asteroid to the next, Xianxia left his aura on each of them. He brushed past the asteroid sea half a day later, and looking behind him, he saw what looked like a large dragon that wandered around aimlessly in the star field. His aura was now deeply ingrained in this asteroid sea, so wherever it passed, his aura would be deposited, helping to greatly reduce the time he had to spend covering different regions with his aura. This was one of the methods Xianxia had discovered over the course of the past few years. He borrowed the power of the asteroid sea to refine the starry sky along the path of its travel. It turned out to be pretty effective. Aside from that, he found another method as well, one that was a little more overbearing and straightforward. Yellow sand swept across the skies of one particular star. The clouds reflected this yellow light, obscuring the view of the sun and moon. The environment on this star was extremely harsh, and large storms occasionally brewed in this land. Xianxia descended from the sky and looked around. He discovered that this star was not a dead star in the true sense. Although the surface of the star was mostly sand, there were occasional spots of greenery scattered around. Strange birds and beasts lived on this star, but they quickly fled in all directions when they noticed him coming. This was not a dead star, as dead stars did not contain any vitality whatsoever. It was not an aging star either. On the contrary, it was a star that was growing vigorously and slowly radiating vitality. Although nothing could be seen for the time being, this star would surely be brimming with life if one were to return tens of thousands of years in the future. Even if it could not compare with Shadowed Star at that time, it wouldn't be inferior to the current Tongxian realm. Naturally, Xianxia had no plans to wait for tens of thousands of years. He immediately leapt into the air before plunging headfirst into the ground, spinning like a top. The ground rumbled in response, and a path leading underground immediately opened up. A short time later, Xianxia appeared in a certain place deep underground. A ball of gray-white energy floated in front of him, pulsing unsteadily. It looked like a candle flower at first glance. It was dim and unclear, but teeming with obscure world principles. This was the star source of this star. It was not as good as the star source of Yang Kai's shadowed star or Xianing Chang's Tongxian realm, of course. More like a fetus of source strength still in the process of gestation. The star field was so large that it was hard to imagine just how vast it was. Therefore, it was not strange to see some of the recovering or growing stars producing a source like this. Even so, most cultivators would not choose to refine something like this because it was not beneficial. It might even bring harm to the cultivator if they tried. After all, who knew whether such a star could truly grow and develop? What if the situation changed one day, causing the star to weaken and the source to die? The cultivator who refined this source would be affected too if that were to happen. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. It could also be said that he dived so deep underground just to obtain this ball of growing source strength. If his plan succeeded, there was no possibility of suffering a backlash. If he failed, well, he wasn't afraid of a little backlash at his current cultivation realm. Reaching out, he touched the ball of source strength. The star source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness already, so it tried to float away and avoid him. But in the end, it wasn't a sentient creature, so this little bit of reaction was all it could muster up. Yang Kai smiled and tried to coax it. "Come with me. There will be endless benefits for you." Regardless of whether the star source could understand the meaning behind his words, Yang Kai grabbed at it and activated the star refining art, only taking a short while to refine it. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the spot of light on the star chart representing this cultivation star flickered suddenly and became extremely bright. The effect only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. Comparatively, it was only a little brighter than before. Yang Kai then studied the star chart and determined where his next goal was before his figure soared upward. Yang Kai stood in the skies above Fire Cloud Star, looking down on its bright lights. The major cities were peaceful, and the people lived in contentment as cultivators came and went freely. The invasion of Grand Desolation Starfield did not seem to have any particular impact on Fire Cloud Star. It remained unchanged from before, bustling with life everywhere. It wasn't that the cultivators of Fire Cloud Star were extremely powerful. Their overall strength only slightly above average for the star field, while still a far cry compared to the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star. There was only one reason for it to remain untouched. This star had a star master guarding it. Although Xianing Chang was overseeing it as its star master, Tongxian realm was fundamentally weak and could not withstand great disturbances. Even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice, which was why Netherworld sect could barge right in and set up the 8 Desolation Binding Spirit Array to putrefy the land. In comparison, Fire Cloud Star was more than just a little bit stronger than Tongxian realm. Thanks to the Star Master here, Netherworld sect would have to pay a certain price to invade this star, which was why Fire Cloud Star was spared from the wars that ravaged the star field for more than 10 years. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not that special across the star field. There were as many as 6 other places with similar circumstances. Netherworld sect and those from Grand Desolation Starfield originally planned to fortify their defenses and cut off supplies to the enemy by laying waste to the other cultivation stars that were easier to deal with before gathering their strength to deal with the cultivation. Stars that had star masters overseeing them. It was a pity that their plans were thwarted by the heavens. Yang Kai's return had eventually led to their downfall. "May I know who has honored us with their presence? I, Chihua, apologize for not greeting you immediately. Honored guest, please come this way." A majestic voice rang out from the world. In the midst of that grand display, the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent as all people looked up. Even more of them fell on their knees in reverent worship and chanted, "Long live Sir Chihua!" The voice thundered in Yang Kai's ears deafeningly. It was as if the lightning had struck right beside him, while a faint trace of rejection also emerged in the world principles around him. Any ordinary third-order origin king would have suffered some internal injury upon encountering such a situation. However, Yang Kai simply used his little finger to dig at his ear while grinning, glancing in a certain direction with a flashing gaze. "Is this a show of intimidation?" Smiling, Yang Kai replied casually, "Good." His figure transformed into a stream of light and flew in that direction. 3,000 kilometers away, lava flowed around Blazing Mountain. Craters of various shapes and sizes in the volcano sprayed black smoke into the air like a huge dragon flying through the skies. The air was scorching to the point where it was nearly unbearable. Anybody with lower cultivation would not be able to come close to this place at all. Qihua's blazing palace was built on one of the largest craters here. The palace was majestic, grand, and as scarlet as flames. At first glance, it looked like the entire palace was made of lava, and it was easy to tell that the owner's personality was equally explosive. A moment ago, the rustling sounds of silk and bamboo rang out amidst singing and dancing inside Blazing Palace. The Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, Qihua, was entertaining many of the star's local masters. Today was the day he took in a new concubine, his wedding day. It was only natural for the people living on Fire Cloud Star to visit and congratulate him. There was nothing more important than the Star Master on Fire Cloud Star after all. Therefore, everyone of even some importance rushed to Blazing Mountain, whether or not they wanted to or could afford to. As the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, Qihua was naturally a third-order origin king. It could almost be said that he stood at the peak of the star field, so it didn't make much sense to cultivate further. For that reason, he had been indulging in various vices, including wine and beautiful women, for the past 500 years, living a thoroughly enjoyable life. Although the concubine he was marrying today was only a first-order origin returning realm, she was an absolute beauty. So despite most cultivators not being big on formalities, Qihua had arranged an extravagant event to celebrate the occasion. Inside the palace, Qihua and the bride were both dressed in fiery red as they sat side by side. Guests from all walks of life were celebrating their union. When the guests came forward to offer a toast, they also presented generous gifts to Qihua. There was also a lot of flattery going around, which made Qihua roar with laughter, his voice echoing thunderously. Meanwhile, the bride sat motionlessly with a faint smile on her face. She looked dignified and generous. Many women were secretly pointing at her and talking about her. Their words were full of envy and jealousy, claiming that she was marrying above her station and enjoying the benefits that came with a huge promotion in status. When it was the turn for a second-order origin king master to come up and offer a toast, Qihua lifted his glass before turning his head abruptly to look into the distance. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, and he revealed a solemn expression. The palace immediately quietened down as everybody's gaze was fixed on Qihua. Putting down his glass, he shouted, "May I know who is honoring us with their presence? I, Qihua, apologize for not greeting you immediately. Honored guest, please come this way." Everybody was shocked by his words, for they had never seen Qihua acting so courteously before. His cultivation had reached the peak of the star field's limits, and he was also the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he held the lives of several billions of cultivators living on this star in his hand. Even another third-order origin king, who would technically be his equal, had to bow before him in this place. Who is it that can receive such courteous treatment from Sir Qihua? Just what kind of person can have such rights? In their confusion, the crowd heard an unfamiliar voice sounding in their ears who simply replied, "Good." The guests couldn't help finding it weird. Even though they had yet to meet the speaker, that response was far too presumptuous. That person doesn't know his place. He doesn't even show basic respect in front of the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. The lively atmosphere in the palace cooled down all of a sudden, and everybody wore a strange look on their faces. Xianxia moved as swiftly as lightning, traversing the 3,000 kilometers distance to arrive at Blazing Mountain in an instant. His goal, the majestic Blazing Palace. To Xianxia's surprise, though, a shout suddenly came from below. "Senior, please take me along with you." Lowering his head to have a look, Xianxia saw a person standing on a black stone below. There was boiling lava flowing on all sides, and it was so hot that it was scalding. A harsh and dangerous environment to be in. That person was only in the second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was clearly quite young, looking around 27 or 28 years old. He was square-faced and dressed in ragged clothes. It would seem that he had experienced a lot of hardships along his journey. His exposed skin revealed many scald marks caused by the lava, and the Saint Chi he was using to protect the surface of his body was dim and bleak, looking like it might disappear at any moment. The blazing mountains, which stretched out for thousands of kilometers in all directions, was the place where Qihua lived. It was not a place that could be traversed by ordinary people. Without support and guidance, a second-order origin returning realm master would surely die in these lands. Even so, this young man had not retreated. Despite being in a disheveled state, those eyes of his were very determined, and it seemed as though he would continue his journey towards Blazing Palace even if Yangkai refused to help him. He wouldn't complain even if he died here. "Were you talking to me?" Yangkai stopped and looked at that young man. "Senior, please bring me along with you. I, Chui Mengyuan, will forever be grateful." The young man gave a deep bow. His appearance was a mess, but it was hard to find fault with his etiquette. He seemed to have been at least educated well. "Why should I bring you along?" Yangkai grinned. "What benefit might it bring me?" Chui Mengyuan shook his head. "I don't have anything except this life of mine to offer you." Yangkai curled his lips in response. "Your life is worthless to me." Chui Mengyuan's eyes darkened at those words. Then, he sighed and did not force the matter. Straightening his back, he prepared to fly away. However, the lava around him turned into something akin to a living monster at that moment and condensed to form fire pythons that lunged at him. Chui Mengyuan's heart sank, knowing that he was destined to die here today. Hence, he didn't even bother to resist and simply took a long, yearning look at Blazing Palace. Contrary to his expectations, though, the scorching temperature suddenly disappeared and the pain he imagined did not come. Stunned, he discovered that he had been rescued. The fire python that had been striking at him had turned back into lava and flowed away. When he lifted his head to look at Yangkai, he gratefully spoke, "Many thanks, Senior. Forget it. It is fate that you and I met today, so I'll bring you along at a loss." Yangkai grinned and grabbed Chui Mengyuan by the collar. He then carried the young man in his hand like a chicken. The scenery around them receded in a flash and they arrived at Blazing Mountain in the blink of an eye. After being tossed to the ground by Yangkai, it took a while for Chui Mengyuan to recover from his shock. He was just about to thank Yangkai again when he saw him striding towards Blazing Palace. Thus, he gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The gates of the palace were wide open, displaying the magnificent interior that gave off an extremely luxurious aura. The moment Yangkai walked into the palace, he felt many pairs of eyes staring fixedly at him. Those gazes were scrutinizing and contained a touch of hostility. A stocky man with red hair and a beard sat on an elevated platform like an iron tower. He was dressed in red robes and looked like a bundle of flames that could turn the entire world into a sea of fire. He also had a pair of red eyes that shone as brightly as two suns and flickered with an imposing light. Chui Mengyuan stepped out from behind Yangkai and stared towards the bride beside Qihua with a complex expression. His lips moved and he whispered something. Although his voice was very soft, it couldn't escape Yangkai's ears. Similarly, the bride's tender body stiffened in response. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and her expression returned to normal. Qihua and Yangkai looked at each other. One was aggressive and imposing, while the other was deep and quiet. There seemed to be invisible forces clashing and colliding in the palace, making the atmosphere as tense as could be. All of a sudden, Qihua laughed and stretched out his hand to hold the jade-white hand of the bride next to him. "Today is my wedding day. I can't believe I have such an honored guest gracing my palace. What a happy occasion. Dare I ask for your name, honored guest?" Although it was a question, he remained sitting above all others in a condescending manner. As for Chui Mengyuan, Qihua didn't even bother to glance at him, as if the latter was air. Yangkai smiled. "Names are nothing more than labels others use to distinguish one from another. Not worth mentioning here. I invited myself in because I have a favor to ask of you." Brother Qihua lowered his eyes and replied faintly, "We can talk about that another day. Today is my wedding day. Little brother, if you don't mind, you should stay and join us for a few drinks." Despite directing a question at the young man, he did not receive a corresponding answer. Thus, Qihua was a little displeased. Feeling that this young man was a little too arrogant, he lost interest in speaking with him further. How dare he call me Brother Qi? What arrogance! Does he really think he can speak to me as equals just because I'm being a little generous? The only reason he did not kick Yang Kai out was because he could vaguely sense Yang Kai's strength was astonishing. Besides, today was his wedding, and he did not wish to create trouble on such an auspicious day. Otherwise, he would never have held his temper in. Even so, the way he addressed Yang Kai became little brother at some point, which carried a sense of superiority over Yang Kai. Qi Hua initially thought that Yang Kai would take his advice, but to his surprise, Yang Kai shook his head. This matter is of great importance. Although I am not in a hurry, it's better if I settle this matter as soon as possible. Please forgive me. Brother Qi Hua's expression immediately darkened at those words. He was not acquainted with Yang Kai, so there were no grievances between them to speak of. However, he was getting irritated with Yang Kai's arrogant attitude during the brief conversation they had with each other. I don't really want to make a move, but if this boy doesn't know when to call it quits, I don't mind adding another bloodstain to Blazing Palace. Hence, he quickly said, Is that so? Well then, let's hear it. We'll see just how important it is. Yang Kai solemnly replied, It's related to the piece in the star field. Qi Hua was startled for a moment. Then he roared with laughter. Similarly, the other guest began laughing too, their voices filled with mockery. There was no way they could hold in their laughter if a random cultivator suddenly popped out and claimed that his circumstances were related to the piece of the entire star field. To them, it was as though a frog had popped up to tell them that the sky was falling. The guests today consisted mostly of the older generation, and they had long noticed the change in Qi Hua's attitude. Seeing how Yang Kai was behaving, how could they tolerate his lack of propriety? Hence, an old man with a goatee immediately shook his head and mocked. Brat, this is Blazing Palace. It's not a place for you to spew utter nonsense. Go back to wherever you came from. Sir Qi Hua is in a good mood today, so he won't mind a tasteless joke or two. That's right. Hurry up and scram from here. Stop delaying my time. It's my turn to offer a toast. To think Sir Qi Hua was being so polite to him. I can't believe he is so crazy. How ridiculous. The star field has been at peace for such a long time. How dare he try to deceive us? Yang Kai was unmoved by the insults and mockery that blew past his ears like a breeze. He simply frowned and looked at Qi Hua. Brother Qi, did you block all news from the outside? Why? These guests didn't seem to know about what had happened in the star field over the past decade. I can't believe they said something like, the star field has been at peace for such a long time. Don't they have any form of communication with the outside world? Then, he remembered the barriers he encountered when he first arrived at Fire Cloud Star just now and immediately understood the situation. It wasn't that they did not communicate with the outside world, it was that the Star Master had blocked all communications. They had no way of getting any news from the outside world at all. Yang Kai turned to look at the old man with a goatee then and asked, Old man, do you know the Grand Desolation Star Field? Or Netherworld sect? The old man with a goatee frowned and asked, What nonsense are you spewing now? Where did this crazy brat come from? His insane talk is so displeasing. Sir Qi Hua, please allow me to throw him out. Somebody yelled with righteous indignation. The joyous wedding feast had been ruined by this young man's arrival, and many were naturally unhappy at losing the chance to ingratiate themselves with the Star Master. Why did you do that, Brother Qi? Yang Kai looked at Qi Hua in a puzzled manner. Was he trying to isolate them from the dangers outside? If that's the case, then these actions were a little too ridiculous. How could Fire Cloud Star survive if Hung Luo Star Field fell? Qi Hua replied indifferently, It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. It's not my problem. There's no reason for me to care. Even so, Yang Kai kindly gave some advice. Brother Qi, there's no need to do this anymore. For the past 2 years, Grand Desolation Star Field and Netherworld Sect have been on the decline. My fellow Star Field cultivators have paved a path towards victory and killed countless enemies. However, the war is not over yet. You can lend them a helping hand if you wish, Brother Qi. I believe the war will end faster with Fire Cloud Star's help. Qihua grinned. So, why aren't you helping them? Yang Kai said, I have more important things to do, which is also the reason I am here today. I'm curious as to just what this important thing of yours is. Yang Kai solemnly answered, Brother Qi, I'm here to borrow something. What do you want to borrow? Qihua asked in a low voice while thinking. This is ridiculous. All the other guests came with gifts. But as if it wasn't bad enough that he came here empty-handed, he wants to borrow something on top of that? Qihua was filled with murderous intent, and if Yang Kai dared to say something displeasing, he would surely unleash his wrath on him. I want to borrow this star's source. Yang Kai pointed to the ground under his feet. The whole palace fell silent, and the scorching air was filled with murderous intent. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Why else would they hear such nonsensical words? What did you say? Qihua's expression turned grim. What a presumptuous little brat. How dare you want to borrow Fire Cloud Star's star source? Are star sources something that can be lent to others? When it comes down to it, the reason why I stand above others and why even third-order origin kings have to bow down before me is because I am a star master. What leverage would I have if I lent my star source to somebody else? Besides, I've never even heard of a star source being lent out before. Murderous intent spread out like a tide. If Yang Kai's attitude earlier had displeased him, then this one sentence had truly triggered his murderous intent. The topic of the star source itself could be considered taboo, so Qihua immediately concluded that this young man was here to intentionally cause trouble on his wedding day. Thus, he decided that Yang Kai would not leave this place alive. Brother Qi, please calm yourself. Yang Kai lifted his hand placatingly. I came here with sincere intentions, so please hear me out until the end. Qihua was so furious that he laughed instead. Fine. Go on. I want to see how smooth-spoken and eloquent your tongue can be. If you can lend me your star source, Brother Qi, you can ensure the peace of this star field. Can be considered a heroic act of sorts. Of course, I know that the star source is very important to you, so I won't let you do this for nothing. I will definitely provide you with equivalent compensation. Qi Hup was taken aback for a moment before he roared with laughter. Compensation? I already stand at the peak of the star field. What else is there in this world that can impress me? This little brat is bluffing so shamelessly that it's infuriating. Could it be that my enemies sent him here to entertain me? Compensation. Yang Kai repeated solemnly, flipping his palms over and summoning a cloud of radiant and colorful energy into it. That's... Qi Hup suddenly became interested. He stood up from his chair abruptly and stared at the light incredulously. The rest of the guests also lost themselves for a moment, showing extremely shocked and greedy expressions. This is also a star source, but it has no corresponding cultivation star, Yang Kai explained. However, if I use this as compensation, I believe it will not have much impact on your cultivation, Brother Qi. And once the affairs related to the star field are settled, I will also return Fire Cloud Star's source to you. In this way, you will have earned another star source without even lifting a finger, Brother Qi. Which star does this source belong to? Qihua muttered under his breath. Yang Kai spread his hands wide and shrugged. As I said, this source has no corresponding cultivation star. Yang Kai had many other sources just like this one. It was something he picked up in the Shattered Star Sea back then. Although he had given some away, he still had many left in his possession. Qihua's expression fluctuated. Not because of Yang Kai's proposal, though. Even if Yang Kai compensated him with a new source, he would be a star master in name only without the corresponding cultivation star. How could that compare to the benefits of being the star master of Fire Cloud Star? It was simply the idea of killing and looting Yang Kai that came to Qihua's mind. However, a strong sense of crisis rang out in his heart the moment that thought appeared in his head. It seemed to be warning him that he would face a tragic ending if he so much as lifted a finger against the young man in front of him. That feeling caused the blood surging all over his body to cool down instantly, and his mind cleared. Returning to his seat, Qihua shook his head. I won't lend you Fire Cloud Star source. Please leave. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. This little brat doesn't seem to understand the concept of hiding one's wealth from others. Even if I suppress my greed and do nothing to him, he will surely be ambushed the moment he leaves Blazing Palace. When that time comes, I will be able to gauge his strength. It won't be too late to decide to attack him then. The light disappeared as Xianxia put away the source. Rubbing his forehead, he seemed a little troubled. Ha! As expected, trying to be reasonable doesn't work after all. He had tried to be gentlemanly and settle things peacefully without resorting to forceful means. But in the end, it still came down to a fight. Turning around, he grabbed Cui Mengyuan by the collar and shouted, "Boy, what grievances do you have? Spit them all out. I'll stand up for you today." Ha! Cui Mengyuan was taken aback. His eyes had never left the bride from the moment he followed Xianxia into Blazing Palace. The only time he had looked away for a moment was when Xianxia took out the star source. Nevertheless, his attention was quickly drawn back to the bride again. Hence, being questioned by Xianxia without any warning or context like this left him feeling rather confused. "What do you mean by huh? I heard what you said earlier. Are you acquainted with the bride?" Xianxia was practically spitting in his face. But even so, Cui Mengyuan nodded stupidly in response to the question. That was the reason why he had charged into Blazing Mountain without fear of death today. "Were you and the bride deeply in love with one another? Did you promise your lives to each other?" Cui Mengyuan nodded again, his eyes filled with humiliation and reluctance. Did this old fart bully the weak and abuse his authority? Did he snatch your woman from you regardless of your feelings? "Yes," Cui Mengyuan shouted, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. "Good," Xianxia shouted. Tossing Cui Mengyuan to the side, he turned to look at Qihua and leisurely said, "I've felt your determination. Today, I will help you get your bride back." Cui Mengyuan was both shocked and delighted. He never imagined that something so dramatic would occur. He had barged into Blazing Palace alone today with the resolution to die for the sake of his revenge. He had not expected somebody to stand up for him. However, he soon seemed to realize something and spoke up sadly, "Senior, many thanks for your kindness, but shut up." He immediately closed his mouth and did not dare to say another word. Meanwhile, Qihua stood on the elevated platform and lowered his eyes. His expression was gloomy as he indifferently said, "All disputes begin due to the wrong words being said and the eagerness to show off. Junior, don't think too highly of yourself just because I was being generous with you. This bastard is simply looking for trouble. It really is as the saying goes. He who comes is surely ill-intentioned." Xianxia laughed before pointing at Qihua and shouting, "Old dog, the starfield is at war. Foreign enemies are invading us. It's bad enough that you aren't helping, but you also sealed Fire Cloud Star from the outside world to keep all others here ignorant as well. How dare you? I came here for the common people and would have turned a blind eye to the matter if you had cooperated with me. But since you refused to cooperate, don't blame me for being merciless." Xianxia acted as though he was standing on a moral high ground, preparing to take down a villain who killed and looted the innocent, eliciting a round of cursing from the guests. In contrast, Qihua stood with his red hair flying in the wind and his robes flapped around him. "How outrageous!" Xianxia declared. "You have no choice but to lend me your star source, even if you don't want to." While speaking, he lunged towards Qihua. Impudence! Qihua was furious, and with a single thought, his power surged as an invisible force descended from the sky. Everybody had trouble breathing as a result, as they felt as though a mountain was pressing down on their chests. Xianxia, who was the target of this oppression, bore the brunt of this pressure and paused for a moment before he abruptly doubled over slightly, looking like he would be forced to the ground at any moment. This was the power of a Star Master. Qihua could dominate everything on this star and could kill his enemies soundlessly with a single thought. Many guests applauded and cheered at the sight. However, Qihua's expression was extremely solemn. Rather than being displeased, he was thoroughly shocked. Xianxia's performance was beyond his expectations. How is this brat not forced to the ground by the pressure? He truly isn't anything ordinary. Qi Hua focused and increased the pressure exerted on Yang Kai. Yang Kai grunted slightly, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Even so, he smiled coldly. So what if you have star strength? Do you think I don't? A star flickered in the distant starry sky at that moment and emitted a beam of light. That light leapt across billions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and shone down on Yang Kai. It made the area around his body glow and shine so brightly that people couldn't keep their eyes open anymore. This place was not Shadowed Star, but although Yang Kai was not in his domain, he was still in the same star field. It was only natural that he could guide the power of Shadowed Star to him and use it to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. The pressure Yang Kai felt instantaneously lightened. However, the show wasn't over yet. A portion of the starry sky began to light up and gather great power, strangely resonating with Yang Kai, becoming a source of strength. That stretch of the starry sky was the result of what Yang Kai had spent the last 2 years refining. The power gathered by the vast starry sky was not as pure as the star strength of Shadowed Star, but it was vastly superior in terms of quantity, enough to cause unimaginable changes. Break! Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Fiji. As if something had cracked apart, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stood up tall and straight again. A look of disbelief flashed across Qi Hua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could do anything though, a figure flashed in front of him and a large iron shackle-like hand grabbed him by the neck. The force coming from that arm was so powerful that he couldn't muster up the strength to resist. A layer of invisible force wrapped around Qi Hua's entire body instantly, and the connection between him and Fire Cloud Star was severed without warning. That wasn't all. Even the star source he had refined in his body was suppressed too, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Qi Hua wondered in terror. What is this horrifying strength? Just who is this person? Ding ding dang dang. The sound of wine glasses falling to the ground rang out from the surroundings as all the guests stared at this scene stupidly with their mouths agape in shock, feeling as though they were dreaming. Their eyes were filled with pure astonishment as Star Master Qi Hua was being single-handedly lifted into the air by a boy. Moreover, it looked like Qi Hua didn't even have time to react or the strength to resist. The confrontation between those two had lasted for less than a moment. It was so fast that everybody was left reeling and many were still clueless as to what was going on. Nevertheless, the victor had already been decided. There could only be one explanation for this situation. The strength of one party far surpassed the strength of the other. That was the only way for an instant defeat to occur. But Qi Hua was a Star Master and a third-order origin king. What kind of person could surpass him in strength by such a large margin? None of them could wrap their heads around the idea as it was too much to take in at this moment. Regardless, this scene would forever be the most shocking moment in their entire lives. Ha! Cui Meng Yuan yelled with a dazed look. Things had ended so quickly that he didn't even have the time to prepare himself. Similarly, the bride was covering her red lips with her small hands. Her eyes were filled with shock and horror as she looked up at Yang Kai. The figure in front of her seemed as large as a mountain, and she couldn't see his face clearly despite their close proximity. Instead, it felt like he was standing beyond heavens themselves. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her. Hurry up and fly away with that boy. He waved his hand while he was talking, tossing both her and Cui Meng Yuan thousands of kilometers away from Blazing Mountain, regardless of whether she wanted it or not. Oh well, I'm sure she is willing. After all, she looked worried when that Cui Meng Yuan first appeared here. Who are you? Qi Hua squeezed out those words from between his teeth. He was a burly man who was 1 head taller than Yang Kai, but he was currently being held like a helpless little baby chicken by the latter. Anybody who saw this sight would feel a strong sense of visual conflict. Will my name have any meaning to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring Qi Hua while silently circulating the star refining art. Qi Hua had a sudden realization. He had asked this young man for his name before but did not receive an answer. He thought this boy was cocky and reckless, but now it seems that he just couldn't be bothered to answer. An unbearable pain suddenly spread throughout Qi Hua's body. It hurt so much that he shuddered violently, Then, his eyes widened as he clearly felt something and screamed in horror. "No! Come!" Yang Kai abruptly raised his hand and pressed against Qi Hua's dantian. His fingers turned into claws as he grabbed at something without warning and dragged it out. A ball of crimson light was plucked out in an instant. Tossing Qi Hua aside, Yang Kai lowered his head to study the ball of crimson light in his hand before nodding in satisfaction. On the other side, Qi Hua got up shakily. He was in bad shape and his face was ashen. Yang Kai had severely damaged his foundation, and while that damage was not permanent, his star source had been forcefully taken away. How could Qi Hua not be affected by that? Lifting his head, he looked in that direction with a sorrowful gaze. How was my star source taken away from me so easily? That was the source I risked my life to obtain and spent many years of blood, sweat, and tears to refine. It is by relying on it that I became a star master and succeeded in unifying the entire fire cloud star. Without that source, I am nothing more than an ordinary third-order origin king. No, I might be even worse than that. I've suffered internal injuries when my connection to the source was severed. Many of the guests couldn't help feeling sympathy for Qi Hua when they saw what happened, while a horrifying chill wrapped around their bodies. They froze in place, not daring to make any reckless moves. Somebody as powerful as the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star couldn't even lift a finger against this young man. Not only was he defeated in an instant, but his star source had also been forcibly taken away. How could they dare to make an enemy of Yang Kai after witnessing this? Their gazes were filled with both awe and horror. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai opened his mouth, stuffed the ball of crimson light into his mouth, and swallowed it. His skin immediately turned blood red as if he was being burned by flames. Groaning, he felt a heavy pressure on his dantian and quickly activated the star refining art to suppress and refine the star source. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that things were not looking too optimistic. Shadowed Star's source strength that was inside his body turned out to be incompatible with Fire Cloud Star's source. The two seemed to be innately hostile toward each other, and the former formed an unimaginably strong resistance against the latter as a consequence. This situation was a little surprising as Yang Kai had refined the sources of several other stars before coming here. It was just that the sources of those stars were very weak, so he had not felt any kind of conflict. It wasn't until this instance that he experienced a reaction. The world principles of each cultivation star were distinct. They had their respective differences and could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly figured this out. But even so, he did not panic and continued to circulate the star refining art. For the next part of his plan, he would need to refine more than just a single star source. He was going to refine all the star sources in the entire star field. How was he going to carry out his plan if he couldn't even get past the minor challenges that he was currently facing? Dividing his attention in two, Yang Kai comforted the source strength of Shadowed Star with one hand while doing the same for Fire Cloud Star's source with the other. This led to the surface of his body, his left side and right side, both emitting different rays of light that seemed like they were attacking each other. The power of the two stars lashed out arbitrarily, causing Blazing Palace to collapse in an instant. The towering palace was turned into ruins and many of the guests fled in all directions. The guests that came to offer their congratulations to Qi Hua were all powerful people, so they would not die because of a minor accident like this. But that did not diminish their shock when witnessing Yang Kai's power and methods. The aftermath of the conflict between the two star sources made them uncomfortable even from a distance. So it wasn't difficult for them to imagine how Yang Kai, who stood at the center of the conflict, was feeling. As expected, Yang Kai was not unscathed. He felt as though two children were pummeling each other inside of him, vying for the ownership of his body. Trying to calm and mediate between the two was not very effective. On the contrary, it made his vitality become unstable and his face flushed red as a result. There was no describing how unbearable it was. Aside from those two unruly children, there were a few wailing babies in the background too. Those babies were undoubtedly those star sources that he had refined recently. Compared to the source strengths of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star, these star sources were neither as complete nor as strong. They had been behaving themselves until Fire Cloud Star's source agitated them and made them restless too. Calm down. Calm down. Call. Screw it. Behave yourselves. Yang Kai roared furiously, emphasizing each syllable strongly, as he abruptly pushed the star refining art hard to suppress these star sources. The whole world fell silent all at once. At the same time, his aura gradually stabilized and the conflict between the source strengths inside his body subsided. These rascals were simply asking to be disciplined. Even so, he knew that this was just a stopgap measure. They might not pose a problem for the time being, but those conflicts would only get worse and worse as he refined more and more star sources in the future. If he could not find a proper solution to the problem, it would eventually turn into a bigger issue down the road. I'll think about it when it happens. In the star chart inside his knowledge sea, the light that symbolized Fire Cloud Star flickered. At the same time, he formed an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under his control. The skies rumbled and the earth trembled. All these phenomena seemed to be informing the world that the Star Master had changed. The guests that came to attend Chi's wedding hurried forward at this moment and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sir." Leaving aside the overwhelming strength that Yang Kai had displayed, just the fact that he was the current Star Master of Fire Cloud Star was enough to make them swallow their pride and lower their heads. In the future, they would have to live under his rule, so how could they dare to conduct themselves carelessly? "Greetings, sir." Chi lowered his head too, looking like he had aged several hundred years in an instant, an extremely depressed look on his face. Unexpectedly, he was good at judging the situation and reading the room. He had previously dared to challenge Yang Kai because he had the confidence of winning. Reality had proven that that was nothing more than an illusion though, and now that he was in an inferior position, he had no choice but to lower his head. He didn't even dare to think about exacting revenge despite the hatred burning in his heart. He was no match for Yang Kai even at his peak, so nothing needed to be said about now when he was severely weakened. Yang Kai glanced at Chi meaningfully, which made Chi tremble out of fear, afraid that Yang Kai was going to kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai never had the intention to do that. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he said, "There's something I need your help with." The old man with the goatee that had mocked Yang Kai previously hurriedly said, "Sir, grant us your instructions. This old master will do his best to complete them for you." "Yes, please tell us, sir." Yang Kai said, "Chi sealed the star previously, so you don't know about the recent situation in the star field, right?" The old man with the goatee hesitated. "I'm not sure what you are referring to. More than 10 years ago, enemies from Grand Desolation Star Field invaded our star field, seized many of our cultivation stars, and killed billions of our fellow cultivators. They are greedy, cruel, and ruthless. Their sins are unforgivable." "What?" Everybody was shocked. Although they had heard Yang Kai mentioning this matter previously, nobody had taken it seriously. Hearing it again now though, they had no choice but to take it seriously. To think that there is another star field out there. Moreover, they invaded us? Something like that is simply unthinkable. However, the situation isn't so dire anymore. Our fellow cultivators are fighting back. I want you to go and support them. Wipe out those cultivators from Grand Desolation Star Field." The old man with the goatee asked, "Where should we go to support our fellow brothers and sisters?" They had never even heard of Grand Desolation Star Field before, so it was only natural that they didn't know where to go. "Figure it out yourselves." Yang Kai had been operating alone for the past 2 years, so he did not know where the battle was currently taking place either. However, it wouldn't be hard for them to find out about the war as long as they had the heart to do so. Fire Cloud Star might have been sealed off by Chi, but that was also the reason that these people's strength had been preserved more or less perfectly. If they joined the front, they would surely be of great help. Of course. Of course. The old man with the goatee nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that this young man was subject to shifting moods. "Stop wasting time. Set off immediately." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and called up a strong burst of wind like he was chasing flies away. Immediately every Origin King present lost their footing and was blown away by the wind. A moment later, Xianxia was the only one left in the ruins of Blazing Palace. Then he found a spot and sat down cross-legged, plunging his consciousness into his knowledge sea to study the star chart. A few lights in a certain location flickered. Those were the lights that corresponded to the cultivation stars he refined recently, and the brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. More importantly, these lights were not chosen at random. If a line was drawn to connect them to each other, the outline of an irregular polygon would appear in the massive star chart. Xianxia's soul avatar moved slightly. Separated by several thousands of kilometers, he activated the source strengths of these stars, and all of a sudden, lights lit up along the edges of the invisible irregular polygon and began to spread outwards. Wherever the light passed in the starry sky, those areas were branded by Xianxia's aura and gradually refined by him. He could tell that those areas within the starry sky were now under his influence and was overjoyed to know that his previous conjecture was not wrong. Confirming his theory, Xianxia immediately continued with his efforts. The entire process only took 3 days for him to complete the entire refining process, and when he checked the star chart again, the irregular polygon formed by the light points on the star chart were already in harmony with him. That irregular polygon might not be much in the scale of the entire star chart, but the corresponding region of the starry sky was still extremely vast. If Xianxia had used his previous refining methods, it would have taken him at least half a year to accomplish this. Using this method, it only took him a month to complete the refinement process. He only needed to refine a few star sources, then use those cultivation stars as his foundation to increase the area under his influence. With that, he could achieve twice the results with only half the effort. It saved him a lot of time and energy. The star field was truly too vast. He had spent 2 years only to refine an area that did not even make up 1/20th of the entire star field. In other words, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field at the previous speed. Do you know how long 40 to 50 years is? How can I spend so much time in this star field? The efficiency was increased by a lot with his current method. Combined with the many auras that he had left behind in various asteroid seas, it would speed up even more. 10 years. Within 10 years, I will finish refining the entire star field and become its master. A pitch-black starship sailed slowly and silently across the empty star field like a huge ghost. A skull logo on the starship revealed its origins. It was a starship that belonged to the Netherworld sect of Grand Desolation Starfield. The huge starship wandered the starry sky like a homeless child, exuding an extremely depressed aura, although it was a non-living thing. It seemed to depict an extremely tragic end in life. It was currently sailing towards Broken Void Corridor, which only appeared in the last 2 years. Broken Void Corridor was connected to Grand Desolation Starfield, so if they could reach the Broken Void Corridor, they might get the chance to return to Grand Desolation Starfield. The lives of Grand Desolation Starfield's cultivators had become extremely difficult ever since the day Hung Luo Starfield's counterattack began 5 years ago. All of their invading armies had been obliterated, one by one. Consequently, panic spread throughout the hearts of Grand Desolation Starfield's cultivators. They didn't even want to know why Hung Luo Starfield, which should not have had the strength to fight back, could rise up again all of a sudden. All the powerful sects that had invaded the star field had paid a heavy price as a consequence. Myriad Beast Mountain, Heavenly Sword Sect, and Wild Thunder Divine Sect had been annihilated. Which one among these powerful sects was not a top existence in Grand Desolation Starfield? And yet, none of them could even lift a finger against Hung Luo Starfield. Hung Luo Starfield was now a ruthless wild beast that devoured its prey whole. Some of the surviving members among Grand Desolation Starfield's cultivators even suspected that this was a conspiracy set up by Hung Luo Starfield, that they had been feigning weakness for the past 10 years so that they could lure their enemies in completely. That way, they could attract even more cultivators here to kill. Although the Netherworld sect had yet to be completely annihilated, it was very close to dying out. This was the only starship left from Netherworld sect's invasion force. Moreover, this starship had suffered greatly from various attacks. The surface was full of dents and bloodstains, with every part of it covered in the scars left behind by the war. It was hard, but it managed to escape the latest siege and wandered across the star field for a very long time before it finally lost its pursuers. Home. We have to go home. This starfield is a place we should never have carelessly invaded. Broken Void Corridor was just a few thousand kilometers ahead, so the surviving cultivators of Netherworld sect inside the starship could see it with their own eyes through the polished crystal windows. The scent of home seemed to linger in their noses, as if their relatives were beckoning to them after such a long separation. As such, everybody was overjoyed. They were extremely excited at the thought of returning home. All of a sudden, a white shadow appeared in front of them and blocked the starship's path. The cultivators inside the starship soon discovered the presence of this white figure. Controlling the spirit arrays within the starship, they enlarged and projected the image of the white figure and the image of a stunning woman with long, smooth-flowing hair dressed in snow-white clothes instantly entered their vision. Her expression was indifferent, but she had a noble and divine poise. Looking at her made one feel inferior and ashamed of their unseemliness for some reason. A gasp rang out throughout the entire starship, followed by a heavy silence as everyone held their breaths. It's her. Grand Desolation Star Field's cultivators did not know her name. However, she was their greatest nightmare. Cultivators in the Third Order Origin King Realm were as weak as babies in front of her. No one was a match for her the moment that long sword of hers began to dance. A cold air spread out inside the starship as everyone felt their limbs stiffen and their bodies shiver. The huge starship was a sharp contrast to this tiny figure. But even so, the entire starship seemed to make various creaking sounds, as if whimpering in fear in front of this woman. Are you really so intent on killing to the last? An aged voice rang out furiously from within the starship. Su Yen stood inside the void, her beautiful eyes like a pool of water in autumn, staring at the oncoming starship without any intention of responding to the question. Move aside, or this place will become your burial ground. The aged voice threatened harshly. However, it was clear that this person was simply trying to act strong. Besides, it was impossible for her to move aside. Raising her bare hand, she placed it against the hilt of her sword. Since you court death, we'll grant your wish. Run her over. That aged voice was undoubtedly irritated. This woman had displayed cultivation and strength vastly surpassing ordinary masters in recent years. Nevertheless, it didn't matter how strong an individual was. How could one person possibly compete against a starship? The cultivators of Grand Desolation Starfield were eager to escape back to their homes, and they were reluctant to go through another bout of fighting here. That was why they were threatening her instead. If she refused to appreciate their kindness, then she should just die. With a loud hum, the starship sped up abruptly and charged directly towards Su Yen. As the distance between the two parties quickly shortened, Su Yen continued to stand there quietly without dodging or drawing her sword. She didn't even show any changes in her expression whatsoever. It was almost as if what was charging straight at her wasn't a monstrous starship but a light breeze blowing across her face. When they were separated by a mere 100 kilometers, a sword light suddenly flashed out and struck the huge starship. 100 kilometers of space was torn asunder as a result. At the same time, the starship slammed into the spot where she had been standing previously and left as swiftly as lightning. Ha 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 ha. That's what you get for being overconfident. That aged voice laughed wildly and continuously before it stopped abruptly when he discovered that Su Yen, who should have been smashed to pieces, was standing behind the starship in perfect condition. Her sword had been unsheathed at some point. At this moment, her back was facing the ship as she sheathed her sword, turned into a stream of light, and flew off. Not even once did she glance back at the starship throughout the entire process. Wah! The owner of the aged voice was confused, however. He soon realized that something was wrong. The speed of the starship was becoming slower and slower, as if an invisible force was binding it in place. At the same time, an astonishing chill filled the entire starship from the inside and a strange crackling sound came from all directions. Turning around, the sight that greeted this old man shocked him. Snowflakes had appeared inside the starship at some point of time, blooming and spreading to every corner of the hull. One by one, the spirit arrays that were in operation iced over. Similarly, the cultivators that had been caught off guard were frozen on the spot as the snowflakes covered their entire bodies. The old man suddenly felt a coolness spreading across his hands. Looking down, his pupils contracted as he saw snow flowers had appeared on the back of his hand, and he lost feeling in the parts of his body that were covered by these white snowflakes. One snowflake, two snowflakes, three snowflakes. While that was occurring inside the starship, the same was happening on the outside too. Dense snowflakes wrapped the starship in thick layers, like a naughty child had wrapped the starship in a coat sewn out of snowflakes until it became a white and flawless bundle. The sound of something shattering rang out as the huge starship shattered into pieces mid-motion and broke into multiple blocks of ice. The cultivators inside the starship were not spared either, joining these blocks of ice that continued to sail forward into the endless void for all eternity. Oh! Several lights passed by as swiftly as lightning, chasing after each other in the star field. The three leading this group had powerful auras, with the weakest among them being a first-order origin king, while the one leading the group was a third-order master. Meanwhile, the aura of the light following behind them was quite subdued. The figure was that of a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, she did not give off any aura at all, as if she had never cultivated before. Even so, the trio flying in the lead did not even dare to turn back to look at her. Seemingly terrified of what they might see, they simply fled for their lives desperately. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The three fleeing origin kings were exhausted as, although their cultivations were fairly high, escaping at full speed for such a long time was extremely tiring. If they had not been constantly taking spirit pills to supplement their energy consumption, they would have died of exhaustion a long time ago. We must have gotten away by now, right? The three of them thought in unison. Thus, they turned back to take a look and immediately felt as though their souls had left their bodies. That small figure was following not far behind them, her delicate and tender face completely expressionless. Her black eyes were clear and deep, so clear that their fearful expressions were reflected in them. What made them despair even more was that she didn't seem the least bit out of breath, even after chasing them for such a long time. Her face was not flushed, and her breathing was steady. The indifferent expression on her face had not changed in the slightest since the beginning. Monster! That little girl is a monster! Let's fight! The person in the lead made a resolute decision, turned around, and struck out at Lu Yen. The remaining two knew that running was useless too. Hence, they immediately cooperated and launched an attack. A powerful wave of strength instantaneously swept towards the tiny figure like a torrent. Did we get her? Those three were hopeful. However, their joy immediately turned into deep despair when the situation became clearer. How boring! A childish voice sounded as Lu Yen raised her hand, seemingly tired of this little game she had been playing. A great sense of crisis enveloped the trio of origin kings, turning them stiff and unable to move. Following that, flames ignited around them, and the last thing they saw while alive was a flash of red. Oh! Li Jiao and his family were enjoying themselves in the starry sky. Although they had been assigned an extremely dull task for the past 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Shenyang was bored. Li Jiao had got a huge asteroid from somewhere and placed it in the starry sky, turning it into a simple house where the family of 3 now lived. 1,000 kilometers behind the asteroid was a deep and chaotic void corridor. This was the passage through which Grand Desolation Starfield had first invaded Hung Luo Starfield. Li Jiao had been stationed here roughly 8 years now, and he had long since lost count of how many cultivators from Grand Desolation Starfield he had killed during that time. They probably heard that the cultivators of Hung Luo Starfield were easy targets and hurriedly traveled here from their starfield. Unfortunately, they had been massacred by Li Jiao before they even got to reap any benefits. Li Jiao didn't just kill the cultivators arriving from Grand Desolation Starfield though. He also killed those who were trying to escape back to Grand Desolation Starfield. In recent years, Hung Luo Starfield had fought back against their invaders. They were united in their cause and worked seamlessly together. Furthermore, they had a number of extraordinarily powerful masters helping them. Therefore, Grand Desolation Star Field's forces were no match for this counterattack at all. All the cultivation stars that had been captured in the past were recovered, one by one. As a result, every one of Grand Desolation Star Field's cultivators was running away like dogs with their tails between their legs. Many of them wanted to escape back to their homeland, but Li Jiao was guarding this place, so who could get past him? He killed every single person who came like a meat grinder that had been placed in front of the void corridor. Regardless of whether the person was trying to enter or exit the void corridor, he would turn them into paste without any exceptions. Since Yang Kai's return, the turbulent situation in the star field had stabilized while the invading enemy had been crushed without mercy. Even if there were an occasional rat that slipped through this purge, they would never be able to cause trouble again. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished getting rid of a group of cultivators that had arrived and was trying to flee back to Grand Desolation Starfield. He then returned to the asteroid in a dashing manner. Lu Sanyang greeted him with a smile. After living together for so many years, they no longer had any estrangement between them. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyang so much that the thought of staying together with him in this place for the rest of her life bloomed in her. However, she knew that that was an extravagant hope. Li Jiao and Yang Kai had to return to the star boundary, and at that time, she would bring her daughter with her as she followed Li Jiao back to Fire Dragon Palace. For that reason, she believed that she had to cherish the good times they had now even more than ever. "You must be tired." Lu Sanyang spoke gently. Li Jiao proudly replied, "It was just a group of pitiful weaklings." Despite having sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so killing a bunch of ants below the Origin King Realm was simply overkill. He had the feeling that Yang Kai had assigned him to guard this place mainly so that he could have some time and opportunities to get along with Lu Sanyang. Reaching out to embrace her soft waist, he gently planted a kiss on her forehead. Feeling shy, she half-angrily warned, "Yuqin is here too." Before Lu Sanyang could finish her sentence, Lu Yuqin ran out of the stone house with her hands over her eyes. She turned into a stream of light and flew away. Then, her voice floated over to them. "I'm going out for a walk. Staying here is too boring." This little girl. How could Lu Sanyang not understand the hidden meaning behind her daughter's words? Li Jiao grinned and whispered, "She's not here anymore." While speaking, he bent down and picked her up in a princess carry and strode into the stone house. Lu Sanyang's heart pounded in excitement, and she nestled against that wide chest, her entire body becoming soft and relaxed. Li Jiao suddenly paused mid-stride though, and the smile on his face froze. He abruptly lifted his head and glanced in the direction of the void corridor located 1,000 kilometers away. For a moment just now, a sense of crisis had come over him, but he instinctively found this rather hard to believe. With his cultivation, what could give him a sense of danger in this lower star field? To put it bluntly, there was nobody in the star field that could be his opponent, except for Yang Kai. Lu Yen should be taken out of the equation too. It didn't look like there were any changes to the void corridor, but at the same time it seemed to have become deeper. All of a sudden, the darkness expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision and spread to the surroundings at a terrifying speed. Large pieces of the starry sky were swallowed by the darkness and vanished without a trace. The void corridor was expanding. "This is bad." Li Jiao paled in shock and turned to look in the direction Lu Yuqin had left. Not far away, the little girl was so frightened that she had frozen in place, staring blankly at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Li Jiao didn't have time to consider anything else. Grabbing Lu Sanyang in one hand, he hurriedly rushed towards Lu Yuqin, arriving in front of her in the blink of an eye and grabbing her hand as he shouted, "Run!" His figure flashed like lightning as he fled this place at full speed. He did not know what had happened here, but this was no longer something he could handle. He had to inform Yang Kai about this as soon as possible. All of a sudden, he felt all the hair on his back standing on end as he vaguely felt as though somebody was spying on him. There was a pair of invisible eyes watching his every move, and a soft exclamation of surprise rang out in his ears. It was barely audible, almost like a hallucination. However, Li Jiao immediately felt a strong restraining force wrapping around him in the next moment, forcing him to come to a sudden stop. "Don't leave my side." Their lives were on the line. So Li Jiao shouted at Lu Sanyong and her daughter, while pushing his Emperor Qi to envelop both of them just as the darkness swallowed them up and they vanished entirely. Oh! Day after day passed by, followed by year after year. Yang Kai had navigated his way through the star field, forgetting about the passage of time. His mind entirely immersed in the refining process. The star chart inside his knowledge sea had been 90% illuminated by now, and there was only a little bit left. Over the years, he had more or less traversed the entire star field. Even the most remote and distant places had not been overlooked. With the star chart as a guiding reference, he could not get lost and could also tell where he had been before and where he had not been yet. Everything was laid out in an orderly manner. Collecting thousands of star sources and spreading his aura throughout the entire star field was an extremely large-scale project. Even so, he did not find it boring. As he continued to refine, he gradually gained a stronger understanding in his heart. After everything he experienced since coming back to this star field, Yang Kai had been increasingly confident that he could break through to the second-order Emperor realm. But now, he was pretty much certain that he would break through the moment he returned to the star boundary. It's not enough. There's still a little more to go. The truth was that he was more curious about how Wu Kuang had refined star field sources in the past. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't use such a painstaking method. He might have a method to achieve the same results in a shorter time. Still, he had lived for so long, so it's only normal for him to have many amazing divine abilities and secret techniques in his arsenal. Time continued to pass, so much so that Yang Kai had lost track of how long he had been at it. When the last spot on the star chart in his knowledge sea finally lit up, he heard a loud booming sound resounding in his ears, like an explosion had gone off in his head. This explosion was so loud that he became dizzy and stars swam in front of his eyes. After recovering, though, he was filled with joy. I did it! How long did it take? 8 years? 9 years? Or has it been 10 years? I can't even remember anymore. However, things hadn't ended yet. All he had done over so many years was to divide the entire star field into puzzle pieces of different shapes and sizes. Although he had refined these pieces to some extent, it was still a mishmash of individual parts. He could form a whole picture when he put them all together, but there were still many flaws and gaps in between the pieces. He would never become the star field master as long as these flaws were not removed completely. He was only one last step away from completion. Unfortunately, it was also the most difficult step. Just by using his thoughts, Yang Kai's figure flickered through the various pieces of the star field, and it didn't take long for him to reach the center of the entire star field. Taking a deep breath, he slowly adjusted his mental state. After some time, he abruptly opened his eyes and spread his arms wide as though he was trying to embrace the star field. His space divine ability and divine sense were activated both at once. His divine sense navigated through the void, leaping forward, radiating throughout the entire star field. For an instant, he felt as though his entire being had vanished. It felt as though he had turned into nothing. It felt as though he was spread throughout the entire star field. His spiritual energy flowed out rapidly like the floodwaters in a river after a torrential rain. The 7-colored soul-warming lotus seemed to notice the change and immediately shone with a 7-colored light, swiftly making up for the spiritual energy that was consumed. Countless stars flickered above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as if all of them were flashing. It made the brightness within his knowledge sea fluctuate unsteadily. The magnificent star field had undergone a wondrous change at this moment, and all living creatures, regardless of where they were located or how high their cultivation was, could feel a mighty will descending on them from the sky. This will was greater than the will of a star master. It was the will of the world. It was the will of the star field. When Yang Kai had divided the star field into countless puzzle pieces to refine, he had not felt any obstacles. However, when he tried refining and merging the entire star field together into one picture, the world began rejecting him. Even the star chart that had always remained in his knowledge sea without any problems was showing signs of leaving his knowledge sea and abandoning him. He was startled to notice these signs. The first thing in the course of refining the star field was to obtain the star field source, so what was he supposed to refine if he let the star chart escape? The lights were flashing wildly in the star chart, transforming into a surging mighty force. That force was turning his entire knowledge sea upside down, seemingly trying to intimidate him into retreating in the face of danger and force him to release it on his own. A piercing pain spread out through Xianxia's head, but he gritted his teeth and refused to make a single sound. Simultaneously, he sealed off his entire knowledge sea. No matter what, I will never let you leave. His soul was taking damage and his vision dimmed as if he was about to faint. Fortunately, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus had been continuously pouring pure power into him to nourish his soul, making up for the damage and bringing the situation in his knowledge sea to a stalemate. However, this also meant that he could not do anything else. A sharp look flashed across Xianxia's eyes at that moment as he sent his soul avatar into his knowledge sea, stretched out his hand, and summoned something. A large blade appeared in his hands, and pointing that blade at the star chart in the sky, he shouted, "If you dare to cause trouble again, believe me when I say I will cut you down." That blade was the soul-splitting saber. Moreover, it had been nourished for many years, so if he truly slashed at the star chart with this blade, using his heaven-severing slash, even the star field source would suffer severe consequences. Murderous intent spilled from Xianxia's figure as he was not joking around. Even so, the star chart was unmoved by his threats. Its lights continued to flicker, and each time they did it produced an invisible force that interfered with his knowledge sea. It seemed to have spirituality, so it could tell that he was bluffing by trying to act strong. "Since you refuse to do this the easy way, we'll do it the hard way." Xianxia was livid. "I can even cut down a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How dare a mere star chart act so presumptuously?" However, he truly did not dare to do anything to the star chart. How was he going to refine the star field without this star chart? Tossing aside the soul-splitting saber, he formed a set of seals with both hands. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus inside his knowledge sea transformed into a seven-colored treasure mountain that charged upward without any warning as he shouted, "Settle down." The seven-colored treasure mountain flew high into the sky, higher than the star chart. Then, a suppressive force spread out and slowly pressured the star chart. In response, the star chart's lights flickered even more vigorously. Nevertheless, it was being suppressed little by little as the seven-colored treasure mountain descended. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw what he was doing was working. The star chart was a star field source, and although it was precious, it was not the only one in the world. Every star field would have its own star field source. On the other hand, the soul-warming lotus was similar to the immortal tree. There was only one, and there could never be another one. Just from this point, both the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree were more precious and of a higher order than a star field source. Reality had proven that the soul-warming lotus truly did have the ability to suppress the star chart. Under the effects of this suppression, the star chart was gradually subdued. The frequency of the flickering lights lessened considerably, and the interference became less frequent. Xianxia could finally breathe out a sigh of relief. Following that, he concentrated on controlling the soul-warming lotus to utilize its unbelievable powers. Hunglong, the seven-colored treasure mountain descended and the entire star chart was suppressed under it, sinking into Xianxia's knowledge sea. The waters in his knowledge sea were his spiritual energy. Thus, the star chart stabilized significantly when it was surrounded by these waters. At the same time, Xianxia could feel that the connection between him and the star chart had grown much stronger than before. Before Xianxia had time to rejoice, something happened again. The thousands of star sources that were gathered inside his body suddenly rose in revolt. Wave after wave of enormous energy rushed through his body arbitrarily. Back when he was refining Fire Cloud Star's star source, he learned that having too many star sources in his body would cause irreconcilable contradictions. At the time, he had used his powerful cultivation to suppress the sources by force. After all these years of wandering and refining, He no longer only had one or two sources in his body like back then though, now, he had thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, his body became a battlefield where thousands of children wailed and threw tantrums constantly. If it had been any other ordinary cultivator, they would soon suffer a mental collapse and damage to their physical bodies, even if they were in the Emperor realm. Fortunately, Xianxia's physical body was very tough. In all the years he spent cultivating, he had always paid attention to body tempering. Therefore, the toughness of his body was incomparable to average cultivators. On top of that, he was also a half-dragon. This commotion was nothing to him. It was just that he could feel wave after wave of stabbing pains coming from his body. He immediately discovered the anomaly on his body the moment his soul avatar left his knowledge sea. Attacking my physical body after my knowledge sea? As expected, refining a star field source is not easy. He had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised nor panicked. Instead, he was burning with a fighting spirit that made him eager to succeed. Colorful rays of light burst out from the pores of his body, and for an instant, he was bathed in a bright and colorful glow. Moreover, it was more fantastic compared to ordinary glowing lights. The star sources were fundamentally different from each other, so their respective colors were different too. That was why this phenomenon was occurring in his body right now. If anyone were to see the condition he was in, they would definitely worry about whether he was going to explode and die immediately. Various principal strengths, which were generally the same but with some subtle variations among them, clashed violently inside Xianxia's body. These principles came from the star sources themselves. The quantitative changes quickly turned into qualitative changes, causing him to suffer great pain. It felt as though his body could collapse at any time. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the power of these naughty children. Not daring to underestimate them any longer, the words burst out of his mouth. Dragon transformation! A lofty dragon's roar rang out, and a phantom golden dragon flashed behind him before plunging into his body. The sounds of bones cracking rang out, so many that they compounded together into an endless loop. Xianxia's brave and heroic figure quickly swelled like a balloon that was being pumped full of air. His hair flew in all directions as two lumps appeared on his forehead before short dragon horns pushed out from those lumps. His exposed skin was covered in strong dragon scales, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, while a sturdy dragon tail abruptly appeared behind him. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 180 meters, 200 meters. Xianxia quickly transformed into a giant half-dragon, half-human monster that towered alone above the starry sky. I can't believe I turned into a 200-meter-long dragon. What a pleasant surprise! He recalled that he had only been 180 meters long when he last used the dragon transformation secret art on Dragon Island. I can't believe I grew another 20 meters over the years. Although 20 meters was not a lot, it was the pure embodiment of the dragon clan's bloodline. He had consumed so many dragon blood flowers and dragon blood pills back then that he had failed to absorb all the medicinal efficacies at the time. Hence, most of the medicinal efficacies had been stored in his body. This increase of 20 meters was undoubtedly the imperceptible influence of those stored medicinal efficacies in his body over the years. Snorting lightly, 2 plumes of white smoke came out from his nostrils, and his cultivation had more or less burst out of him. There was no holding back anymore. In response, the space around him trembled and collapsed. Such power had already exceeded the limit that this world could withstand, and even without doing anything, Xianxia had made the world uneasy just by standing there. The space surrounding him was like a lake that was no longer calm. Waves of ripples spread out as they constantly hovered along the fine lines between destruction and restoration. Following that, a great hostility enveloped him. That was none other than the world's will. Flashes of thunder raced across the empty starry sky without rhyme or reason. In an instant, an area of 1,000 kilometers around Xianxia turned into a thunderstorm. Thunder rang out and converged together until it became a continuous roar, soon turning into a dense rain of lightning bolts that bombarded him from all directions. Xianxia laughed loudly at that moment, as though he had gone absolutely insane. He didn't even bother to defend against these attacks, allowing the lightning to strike his body as he focused all his attention on suppressing the rioting star sources in his body. Hong long long. The lights in the starry sky flickered and blinked as the waves of lightning and thunder that rained down on Xianxia soon caused his dragon scales to crack and his flesh to singe. The world's rejection was unbearable, and even if Xianxia had great power, he still couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he possessed extremely powerful restorative powers and, combined with his half-dragon form, he would heal quickly even if he took some damage. Thunder and lightning continued to rain down on him for an hour while his body stood taller and straighter as time passed. The thousands of star sources above his 200-meter-long half-dragon form were still in constant conflict, causing light to shine out of his pores as the different principal strengths entangled and clashed with each other. All of a sudden, the force behind the thunder and lightning reduced considerably. The thunder arcs flashing around him lessened too. Xianxia's eyes flashed with light, and he snorted coldly. If he had not had the star field source in his possession nor the results of all his hard work over the past 10 years, he would never have dared to release all his strength in this manner. Doing so would only result in him being rejected or eliminated by the world. On the contrary, it was because he had the star field source suppressed under his control and the 10 years of hard work under his belt that his aura had already influenced the entire star field. Even if the world's will had noticed his actions and began to reject him, he had the strength to resist it. All the world could do was make him suffer so much that he retreated on his own. Even so, Xianxia would never retreat. He had worked hard for so many years just to refine the star field, and now that the goal was right at his fingertips, how could he be willing to let go? When two parties clashed, one side would surely lose. Xianxia believed that he would not be the losing party, and the weakening of the thunder and lightning was undoubtedly the best sign. It even made him feel a little dissatisfied because he did not expect it to reveal its weakness so quickly. Xianxia suddenly raised his head abruptly and glanced in a certain direction. He could vaguely sense something approaching him, but he found nothing there even after careful inspection. However, trying to pacify the thousands of sources inside his body, he kept a close watch on his surroundings. As he suspected, something was approaching him. Moreover, it was traveling at a great speed. It was hurtling through the void so quickly that it was visible to the naked eye. All of a sudden, a huge black hole appeared, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. It looked like a piece of the starry sky had been melted away by something before a gigantic monster leapt out. When that gigantic monster appeared, a strange voice sounded at the same time. It was neither sharp nor majestic. Rather, it was dreamy and sounded like a sorrowful cry, overflowing with despair and nostalgia for life. However, it was definitely not a sound that an animal could make. The appearance of the gigantic monster was similar to that of a dolphin, one that was several hundred times the size of an ordinary dolphin. The starry sky was the ocean it swam in, and the void was its home. A shocking void beast. Xianxia's eyes widened when he recognized what this gigantic monster was. It's a shocking void beast. This is a rare event. He once met a shocking void beast in his early years and had also killed it and obtained its monster core. A shocking void beast could be considered a type of ancient monster beast. They were naturally proficient in the Tao of space. Moreover, their proficiency was something innate, carved deep into their bones. Additionally, they were rumored to be able to navigate freely between various planes without being hindered in any way. The power of the void was something people got anxious about just by mentioning it. However, this power was nothing more than nutrition to a shocking void beast. Their favorite place to hide was inside the void cracks where they could devour the void turbulence as food for their growth. For that reason, it was rare for them to appear since they spent most of their time swimming through the void. It was generally difficult to see them in the material world. I never expected to meet a shocking void beast at a time like this. No, that's not right. It's a shocking void beast king. Xianxia compared this monster beast to the ones in his memories and quickly discovered that this was not an ordinary shocking void beast. It was a shocking void beast king. That monstrous body was not something an ordinary shocking void beast could have. The dreamy voice sounded once again, and regardless of whether Xianxia wanted it or not, it filled his ears and made him dizzy. Meanwhile, the shocking void beast king flicked its tail lightly, causing space to ripple as it skipped past the 1,000 kilometers between them to arrive in front of Xianxia in a flash. It was so fast that he didn't even have the time to react. His 200-meter-long half-dragon form looked like an infant next to the gigantic shocking void beast king's mountainous figure, and Xianxia felt as though a mountain was crushing down on him, making it hard to breathe. On the contrary, the shocking void beast king seemed not to have noticed him at all. Opening its gaping maw, that huge mouth looked like a void corridor that connected to a space of chaos and nothingness. It was going to swallow him up in the next moment. A shocking void beast king couldn't appear in this place without a reason. More than that, it was impossible for a shocking void beast king to fail to notice Xianxia's presence. Although it was strong, it was not invincible, and the aura Xianxia was emitting at the moment was not weak. As long as this monster had some sense in its head, it would not charge in so recklessly and open its mouth to swallow him up, of all things. At that moment, Xianxia felt the intense malice from the world around him. The reason the shocking void beast king appeared in this place and seemed to be targeting him was definitely the doing of the world. The weakening of the thunder and lightning was simply in preparation for a more powerful attack. As the saying went, nature was unkind. Everything was but a pawn in its eyes. It really was vicious indeed. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia wouldn't have minded having a battle with a shocking void beast king. He might even be able to kill it and obtain its monster core, something that would surely be beneficial for cultivating the Tao of space. It was just that he had more important things to do today, so he had no choice but to let it go for the time being. Swinging his hand, a large moon blade formed out of nowhere, and with his current 200 meters long body, how could the moon blade he condensed be small? If it were to slash out, even the shocking void beast king in front of him could not ignore it. Xianxia remained motionless despite wielding the moon blade in his hand. In the meantime, the shocking void beast king continued to rush forward. All of a sudden, it came to a stop as though it had sensed something. It was hard to imagine how it managed to control such a humongous body with such finesse, but it went from charging forward to a complete stop in an instant. Then, the two eyes on the top of its head slanted downward and fixed their gaze on where he was standing. Humph! Xianxia snorted, and the aura of the moon blade in his hands became more and more dangerous by the moment. In response, the shocking void beast king closed its gaping mouth with a snap. It seemed like it had only just noticed his presence, and its eyes gleamed with sentience. Xianxia lifted his chin at it, making a gesture that seemed to say, "Fight if you dare." His fighting spirit burned so hot that it almost condensed into something tangible. Two figures, one large and one small, confronted each other strangely for several moments before the shocking void beast king suddenly leapt and vaulted over his head. The huge body seemed to plunge into an invisible lake and melted into the void before vanishing out of sight, leaving behind only a large void corridor that slowly closed behind it. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and let his space technique disperse into nothingness. Just as the shocking void beast king had found him to be a difficult opponent, he could tell that it was no pushover either. He was at the critical juncture of refining the star field, so why would he deliberately complicate the issue? The retreat of the shocking void beast king was the best result he could hope for. If he truly fought with it, it wasn't a matter of whether or not he could kill it, but that the refining of the star field would probably end in a disaster. "What other moves do you have? Why don't you throw them all at me?" Xianxia laughed maniacally, standing with one hand on his waist and the other hand pointing towards the sky. The hostility that had shrouded him all this time slowly faded away. Simultaneously, the conflict between the thousands of star sources in his body eased up too. He couldn't help feeling happy over this discovery, as it seemed like, after everything just now, the world will had compromised and approved of his presence. Things could not have turned out better. As somebody good at reading the situation, Xianxia no longer did anything that would agitate the world's will. He also stopped hesitating and immediately closed his eyes to begin refining the star field source. Time slowly passed and his body gradually shrank in size. The light pouring out of his skin was lessening too, a clear sign that he was making good progress on the refining. It wasn't until the moment when the last ray of light disappeared that Xianxia finally returned to his original appearance. Opening his eyes abruptly, despite the trace of fatigue that showed in his expression, Xianxia was extremely spirited. Besides, the refining process wasn't completed yet. There was one last step to go. Spreading his arms wide, he shouted, "It's time to go home. Go on. Go home." Thousands of lights suddenly poured out from all parts of his body and turned into balls of source strength. They lingered around him, circling a few times before disappearing in a flash. Xianxia had been going around the star field to refine star sources and turn the entire star field, dividing it into over 1,000 separate pieces to make the refining process a little easier. Asking the star sources to leave now was also in preparation for the last step. Suppression by force was not enough to succeed. Only with genuine recognition from both parties could they truly connect with each other. The thousands of star sources scattered in all directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Xianxia standing in the middle, it looked as though a meteor shower had rained down on the entire star field. Only one star source remained behind, constantly dancing around him, giving off a sense of nostalgia and dependence. It was the star source of Shadowed Star. It did not leave immediately like the other sources. Instead, it stayed behind as though it had its own thoughts and ideas. Smiling, Xianxia reached out his hand and held it up in his palms. The star source squirmed around slightly, constantly moving and shape-shifting. "Go on," he gently said. Only then did Shadowed Star's source transform into a beam of light that headed in the direction where Shadowed Star was located. "Come!" Xianxia shouted in his heart. Closing his eyes, he sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The seven-colored treasure mountain transformed back into the soul-warming lotus and released the suppressive force it had been using to restrain the star chart. Then, the star chart slowly rose from the depths of the ocean and intertwined with his soul until they could no longer be separated. Honk! A loud sound rang out and Xianxia felt his entire body shaking from the impact. It felt as though something had exploded inside him. Looking around, he saw that the star chart was once again hanging in the sky above his knowledge sea. He lifted his head to look and saw the sky twinkling with stars. However, there was a huge difference between how it was now and how it was in the past. Although the star chart had settled down in his knowledge sea and was useful to him back then, it had never truly belonged to him. But now the star chart was completely his. Every last part of it, down to the smallest speck of dust, contained his aura. So that's how it is. The moment Xianxia completely refined the star chart, he immediately understood something. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Grand Desolation Star Field managed to invade Hung Luo Star Field. It turned out that the reason was related to him. When Xianxia left for the star boundary back then, he had taken the star chart away with him. In other words, he took away the source strength of the star field. Without its source, the star field's world barrier, which should have been impenetrable, grew weaker as a result. That almost imperceptible flaw was what formed the channel connecting Grand Desolation Star Field and Hung Luo Star Field together and allowed the cultivators from the former to invade. Xianxia scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty. The invasion of Grand Desolation Star Field's cultivators had caused the deaths of many and brought disasters down on numerous cultivation stars. He could never have imagined that he would be the reason for such a catastrophe. In any case, all he could do at this point was apologize. Focusing his thoughts, Xianxia's excitement soon surged. Upon becoming a Starfield Master, he realized it felt somewhat similar to the feeling when he became a Star Master. Everything was in the palm of his hands with just a single thought. It was just that the range had been expanded by several thousand times. As his mind continued to reach out into the surroundings, Xianxia could perceive anything and everything at his target location. He soon came across Tongxian Realm. Over the past few years, Tongxian Realm had recovered considerably with the traces of Grand Desolation Star Field's corruption having long since vanished completely. With the 108 Absolute Profound Heaven Spirit Array and Xianxia protecting this place, 10 years was enough time for Tongxian Realm to recover its world energy to its original state. However, that was still not enough. In the first place, Tongxian Realm's foundation was inherently weaker than other cultivation stars and could not produce any strong cultivators. There were two reasons why Yangkai had been so desperate to become the star field master. Firstly, it was for his own needs. Secondly, it was for Xianxia and Tongxian Realm. Only by becoming the Starfield Master could Yangkai use the power of the Starfield to bring benefits to Tongxian Realm and make Xianxia rise in power. It's time to experiment and see if it works. He stood in place without moving and simply gestured with his hands. Oh! Xianxia was talking to Xueyu in Nine Heavens Holy Land on Tongxian Realm at this time. Ever since the war ended 3 years ago, the entire Starfield had returned to normal. There was no longer any need to be worried about being invaded by powerful enemies again. Both the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union were in the process of rebuilding. As for Purple Star, it no longer existed. Moreover, Purple Star's place in the three great forces had been assumed by High Heaven Sect, which was also the strongest force in the entire Starfield now. Xianxia's aura had recovered and she was no longer as weak as she had been back then. Her skin was fair and healthy. Her aura was stable, and she had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Similarly, Xueyu was doing well also. Although she was not a Star Master, she had a special constitution and an unlimited supply of resources, so her cultivation progress had never been less than the others. All of a sudden, Xianxia lifted her head and looked outside, seeming to sense something. "What's wrong?" Xueyu asked suspiciously. "It's..." Xianxia got up and walked out of the palace in a single step. Then, Xueyu came to stand next to her as two pairs of eyes stared into the sky before they immediately froze. Under the blazing sun in the blue sky, they saw streams of lights flashing across the heavens. Each stream of light contained an unimaginable amount of pure energy, and all of them came crashing towards the surface like a meteor shower. Xueyu's face paled. Even though there was a large distance between them and the incoming meteor-like things, she could sense how much damage they could do if they were to land. If even only one of them fell on Tongxian Realm, the entire star would be hit hard. What's more, there were far more than one that they could see. The sky was densely packed with these lights, simply too many to count. Xianxia and Xueyu were not the only ones to witness it. All the living creatures in Tongxian Realm were shocked by what they were seeing at this moment. Xianxia's expression turned solemn, and she was just about to summon the star source's strength to stop some of these incoming meteors, when she suddenly noticed one of the large clouds in the sky distort and transform into a distinct human face. "Ah!" she screamed. "Husband!" Xueyu was dumbfounded too. The face formed by those clouds undoubtedly belonged to Yangkai. They did not know how far away he was from the two of them, but it seemed as though he could see them and was smiling at them, even winking cheekily. That moment of hesitation caused Xianxia to lose the opportunity to intercept those meteors. However, she knew that all of this was his doing the moment she saw his face and lost all intention of intercepting them as a result. She was simply curious as to what he was planning to do, as the world-shattering power looming over them was nothing to joke about after all. When the meteors crashed to the ground, the impact and destruction they imagined did not come. On the contrary, those meteors silently vanished without a single trace, and once the light dissipated, the world energy in the Nine Heavens Holy Land clearly became denser. Additionally, several other things were quietly changing too. Xianxia was the most conscious of these changes. As the Star Master, she could sense that the world principles in Tongxian Realm were gradually becoming stronger and more perfect. More complete principles would mean that stronger cultivators could be born here. The whole star conveyed a pleasant aura, which gave her a sense of joy too. "Ningqiang, this is..." Xueyu couldn't help asking when she saw Xianxia smiling. "He succeeded," Xianxia replied. Xueyu understood immediately, and her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Did he finally succeed? 10 years had passed without any news from Yangkai. They would occasionally hear that somebody had seen him in the star field, but they would only catch a glimpse. Nobody went looking for him since they all knew what he was busy with. It was surprising that he managed to succeed in just 10 years though. The abnormality occurring in Tongxian Realm at the moment was the best example of his success though. Only by successfully refining the star field and becoming a star field master could Xianxia have the power to guide such enormous amounts of power to Tongxian realm and carry out such a huge transformation. It could be said that a transformation like this was not without cost. The improvement of Tongxian realm was done by extracting power from other places. Nevertheless, it was a matter related to Xianxia, so Xianxia was not going to be stingy about his methods. What happened here? All of a sudden, Xianxia noticed that something was wrong. A fist-sized black ink stain had appeared somewhere on the star chart above his knowledge sea. This black ink stain looked extremely familiar. It reminded him of the scenery he once saw when looking down on Tongxian realm from a high altitude. Now that he was connected to the star field source, he immediately felt a strong malice coming from this black ink stain. If he was not mistaken, the location where that black ink stain was located should be the place where Grand Desolation Starfield and Hung Luo Starfield were connected. That was an important location, so 10 years ago, Xianxia had dispatched Li Jiao and his family there to guard the place. Xianxia thought that his plan was foolproof, and it wasn't until today when he finished refining the star chart that he noticed something was wrong. With a single thought, Xianxia's vision seemed to travel across a distance of billions of kilometers and came to the vicinity of the black ink stain in an instant. The sight that greeted him shocked him to the core. An area stretching for tens of million kilometers had turned into a black hole so humongous that it was hard to imagine. Everything that was originally located in this piece of starry sky was gone without a trace, including some dead stars and many asteroids. That wasn't the worst of it. The edges of the black hole continued to expand into its surroundings at a steady speed. Everything that stood in the path of that creeping darkness turned into nothingness. From the way things stood, it looked like the darkness was devouring the star field. The sight immediately enraged him. He had refined the star field source and became the star field master just now. In other words, the entire star field was his domain. Regardless of what that darkness was, it was encroaching on his territory. How could he tolerate such actions as the star field master? Where is Li Jiao? That bastard? I sent him here to guard this place back then. Why didn't he inform me about such a major incident? Even if I've been running all over the place for the past few years and have no fixed residence to speak of, I'm sure he could have found a way to locate me if he really wanted to. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little resentful in his heart, and with a slight flicker, it didn't take him more than a moment to reach the edge of the huge black hole. Upon a closer look, Xianxia understood more and more just how horrifying this black hole was. All he could see was darkness and nothing else. It was no less dangerous than a void crack for sure, though, as that darkness slowly crept forward like the tide, expanding into its surroundings and assimilating everything in its way. Xianxia could feel that he was losing his territory, bit by bit, so his expression turned grim. Communicating with the star chart through his mind, the star field source hummed in response as if it had received some sort of encouragement and began to exude a dazzling light. The darkness that had been expanding steadily suddenly slowed down considerably. The sight made him raise an eyebrow in response. He had never encountered something like this before. Hence, he honestly did not know how to deal with it. He simply wanted to try to prevent the spread of the darkness and had not expected that communicating with the star chart would bring about such effects. Then, Xianxia immediately understood the situation. Since he was the starfield master, his will was the will of the star field. Every thought and every action of his could make the star field resonate with his wishes. With that answer in hand, he no longer hesitated. Communicating with the star chart more actively, borrowing the power of the entire star field, Xianxia strove to prevent the darkness from spreading further. The speed at which the darkness expanded outwards slowed down so much that the changes were visible to the naked eye. In the end, it gradually stopped expanding. Even so, Xianxia was not satisfied with the situation and shouted, "Get out!" At the same time, he pushed out explosively with both arms in front of him, and an invisible force pressed down from all directions. The boundaries of the darkness instantly shrank back by several thousands of meters and continued shrinking without stopping. As the darkness receded, everything in its path that it had previously devoured was restored back to normal. Xianxia watched as a huge asteroid slowly emerged from within the darkness and eventually became fully exposed after a while. The discovery made him extremely happy. He initially thought that everything the darkness swallowed would no longer exist, but that did not seem to be the case. Even though all those places had been devoured, they still existed in perfect condition. It was just that nobody could see them anymore, and the truth could only be revealed by pushing back the darkness. What the hell is this darkness? Xianxia wondered as he worked to take back his territory, probing into the emptiness. A short while later, his body stiffened and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He had discovered a world will in the depths of the darkness. Moreover, it was a world will that did not belong to Hung Luo Star Field. The world will was very similar to the one found in Hung Luo Star Field, however. Regardless, it was almost as though this darkness was another world on its own. This is incredible. Simply unbelievable. Could it be that there is another world out there trying to eat away at Hung Luo Star Field? Is it Grand Desolation Star Field? This place is where the two star fields are connected after all. It makes sense if Grand Desolation Star Field is the one trying to devour Hung Luo Star Field. Xianxia suddenly felt a little fortunate. If he had not refined the star chart and become the Starfield Master, he would have had no way to deal with this situation. The absorption of a world by another world was no longer something that could be solved through cultivation alone. He had to borrow the power of the world he was in to fight back against the absorption. Just then, a sliver of insight came to him. The reason why he managed to refine the star chart so easily was probably related to the current situation. Hung Luo Star Field wanted to use his power to fight against this encroachment. Spit out whatever you ate that belongs to me. Xianxia had just become Hung Luo Star Field's master, so he was in high spirits. How could he be afraid of the minor difficulties in front of him? Directing the power of Hung Luo Star Field, Xianxia viciously pushed back against the darkness. With no power to resist, the darkness steadily retreated as a result. In the meantime, the starry sky that had been swallowed by the darkness gradually returned to normal while the darkness retreated faster and faster with his help. In less than a quarter of an hour, the darkness had receded by more than 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers was nothing compared to the territory it had engulfed, but even so, it was a good start. Xianxia was certain that the speed at which he regained the lands he lost would increase as time passed, and reality proved that to be the case. The entire Hung Luo Star Field seemed to be aware of his intentions, and the Star Field source cooperated with him unreservedly to give him the power to make it a reality. 100,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers, the darkness had shrunk considerably. At this speed, he would be able to recover everything he lost to the darkness in less than a month. At that moment, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up without warning as he felt a great sense of crisis enveloping him. Widening his eyes, Xianxia focused his gaze on the darkness in front of him. It was completely filled with chaos and nothingness. Not only did it not contain any vitality, but it also did not contain any living or dead. Despite that, Xianxia was certain that the sense of crisis had come from within the darkness. A ray of light suddenly appeared in his line of vision. It arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lifting his head abruptly, Xianxia opened his mouth and bit down on the ray of light. The light trembled endlessly as if it was a living thing. Biting down, his sharp fangs turned into indestructible blades. The sound of something shattering rang out and the struggling movement in his mouth subsided suddenly. Bah! Xianxia spat out the thing. Then, he reached out his hand to catch it, his gaze focusing on the item. The item turned out to be an exquisitely shaped flying knife. It had a flawless blade, about a forearm in length. Unfortunately, there was now a row of teeth marks on the blade. It was also covered in a dense spider web of cracks. Xianxia's bite had destroyed the flying knife's spirituality. This is... His eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. An Emperor artifact? The thing that struck at him from within the darkness turned out to be an Emperor artifact. Although the spirituality had been destroyed and it was covered in cracks now, Xianxia was not blind, so how could he fail to recognize an Emperor-grade artifact? Besides, there were still traces of Emperor Qi lingering on the flying knife. Lifting his head, He stared into the darkness with eyes that burned with raging flames. Good, good, good. I thought that the absorption between worlds was some kind of natural phenomenon. I can't believe it turned out to be a man-made disaster instead. There was no way an Emperor artifact had attacked him for no reason, and judging by the lingering Emperor Chi aura left on the blade, that person had clearly tried to kill him from the other world. Moreover, the person who attacked him was definitely in the Emperor realm. Launching an attack across a world barrier was not something that Xianxia could pull off even now. The wall between worlds was simply too strong. Only a great emperor might be able to pull off such a feat. However, Hung Luo Star Field and Grand Desolation Star Field were not completely separated at the moment. The darkness was the place where the two worlds were connected. Thus, it was not difficult for potential enemies to ambush him from across the boundaries of the world. As for the reason, it was undoubtedly due to the fact that he had been hindering Grand Desolation Star Field's absorption of Hung Luo Star Field. A bold idea popped up in Xianxia's head at that point, and though he was not 100% certain, he was quite confident about it. It's finally getting interesting. Xianxia couldn't help flashing a savage grin as he stared into the darkness, as though he could penetrate the barriers between the worlds with his gaze and stare straight at the powerful enemy hiding in the other world. Ever since he returned to the star field, the only enemies Xianxia encountered had been weaklings. Those enemies could not do anything to him even though he was affected by the rejection of the world. Therefore, the sudden appearance of such a strong enemy immediately roused his long-diminished fighting spirit. It's impolite not to reciprocate the gesture. Take this. He slapped his hands together and condensed a huge moon blade. He did not launch it immediately. Instead, he continued to pour his power into it. The moon blade buzzed and became erratic. It felt as though it might collapse at any time. Even so, it was more stable than ever under Xianxia's control. A long while later, he finally looked up and threw the flying blade with broken spirituality back into the darkness in front of him. Only then did he slash out with the moon blade. Both the flying knife and the moon blade disappeared into the darkness without a sound. A great darkness was surging in the endless starry sky within Grand Desolation Star Field. The scenery there was similar to the scenery on Xianxia's side, and at the edge of the darkness, a middle-aged man with a sallow face frowned as he stared straight ahead. All of a sudden, a flying knife appeared out of the darkness. He lifted his hand and caught the flying knife in his hand, but before he could study the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade followed close behind and slashed towards him. He was not a careless individual, but even so, he did not notice the moon blade until it was practically right in front of his eyes. The main reason was that the moon blade was extremely stealthy and silent. Moreover, it was very similar to the darkness before him, which made it very hard to detect. Perceiving the terrifying power of the moon blade, the middle-aged man raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. However, he did not panic. Another flying knife abruptly appeared in his hand, one identical to the one Xianxia had intercepted before. Raising it high, the flying knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade before slashing downward without warning. The moon blade shattered suddenly, causing the middle-aged man to frown in response. Then, his heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly backed away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moon blade exploded and the space around him went wild. Consequently, several void cracks appeared. Those cracks were not arranged in a disorderly manner. Rather, they spelled out the words, "Fuck your mother! Space technique!" The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. He looked extremely shocked but didn't seem bothered by Xianxia's insult. The main reason was that the Tao of space was incredibly esoteric and difficult to cultivate. A person who could utilize a space technique to this extent could not be just a random nobody. Could it be him? The image of a person appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. If the person on the other side of the void corridor matched with the person in his mind, then things would become extremely troublesome. The prestige of the martial beast Great Emperor and of Spirit Beast Island could not be ignored. That person was the right arm of the martial beast Great Emperor Mo Huang. If it really was him, then things would become very difficult to handle. Still, I have never heard of that person being related to a lower star field before. Why would he suddenly appear in Hung Luo star field? He suddenly remembered the family of 3 who had been dragged into the star field 3 years ago. At first, he had no intention of bothering with them, but now it would seem that it was time for him to have a talk with them. Perhaps he could obtain some useful information. Yang Kai waited intently in front of the darkness, but after a full day and night, he began to feel bored when he did not see any signs of a counterattack. He did not know if his moon blade had injured the other party. However, it shouldn't be possible. The barrier between the 2 star fields might be weak enough for him to send an attack across the world barrier, but the power behind his attack would be severely worn down in the process. Moreover, the opponent was strong, so how could they be harmed so easily? He simply could not understand why the other party had not made a move. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to think about it though. Since the other party didn't seem like they were going to make a move, he might as well restore his star field with some peace of mind. Hence, the darkness continued to recede, revealing the starry sky that had been swallowed previously. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he grinned. How bold! Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai grabbed at the space in front of him as a figure suddenly leapt out from the endless darkness. However, he frowned and immediately stopped his attack when he saw who it was, instead reaching out and pulling this figure to him. Yu Qin. Yang Kai looked down at the little girl in front of him with a slight frown. Lu Yuqin was not injured, but her complexion was extremely pale. She had obviously been deeply frightened by something. The pupils in her eyes were dilated, and she was trembling uncontrollably. Yang Kai called out her name twice, but she did not react one bit. With no other choice, he circulated his spiritual energy to soothe her mind first. After a while, she finally recovered from her shock. When her eyes gradually focused and she saw his face clearly, she began crying before she could say anything, her tears pouring down her face. Why did you appear from the other side? Where are your parents? A sense of uneasiness bloomed in his heart. Senior Yang, please save my father and mother. Yang Kai felt his heart sink at those words and he quickly asked, are they on the other side? Please, I beg you, save them. She grabbed at his arm tightly, crying pitifully. Stop crying first. You have to explain the situation to me properly if you want me to act. He comforted her. A while later, her emotions finally calmed down enough for her to brokenly recount the events of the past few years. 3 years ago, the void corridor connecting Hung Luo Starfield and Grand Desolation Starfield suddenly went out of control. The darkness had swept across the land and devoured their family of 3. When they recovered from their shock, they discovered that they had arrived at another starfield. It was only later that they learned that the starfield they were in was none other than Grand Desolation Starfield. Fortunately, Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were existences that had surpassed the limits of the starfield. Hence, they did not encounter any danger. However, they seemed to be sealed in a certain space and couldn't find their way back. One day ago, a middle-aged man suddenly came to them and chatted with Li Jiao for a long time. Lu Yuqin did not know what they discussed at the time. In the end, that middle-aged man had grabbed her, dragged her to the edge of the darkness, and threw her in. What was that guy called? Yang Kai was aware that there was somebody on the other side of the darkness, and he felt that this person was behind the encroachment upon his star field. And now, his guess had been confirmed by Lu Yuqin's story. She shook her head in response. She had never seen that man before yesterday. All she knew was that her parents were no match for him. They had tried to stop him when he grabbed her, but they couldn't even touch the hems of his clothes. What did he say? Yang Kai asked. That man clearly wanted her to pass on a message since he returned her to this place. Lu Yuqin said, he asked me to tell you, if you want them to live, then hand over the star field source. Ha! Yang Kai's eyebrow twitched in response. Is he crazy? Although he got along fairly well with Li Jiao, they were not close enough to be used as a bargaining chip for something so valuable. Yang Kai might have stopped to consider it if Su Yan or one his other close relations had been kidnapped instead. But the other party might not keep his word to release the hostages even if he handed over the star field source. Instead, He would no longer have the ability to fight against the other party without the star field source. In the end, Hung Luo Starfield would not be able to escape from being completely devoured. Is that person deliberately trying to annoy me by asking Lu Yuqin to come back and pass this message to me? Senior Yang. She looked at him pleadingly. I'll send you somewhere safe first. Don't worry. I will rescue your parents. He patted her on the shoulder. He divided part of his attention to continue suppressing the darkness before his figure flickered slightly, and he headed towards Shadowed Star. The star field was vast, so anybody would need to spend a lot of time traveling across it from one star to another. However, Yang Kai was now Hung Luo Starfield's master, so it was only natural that he enjoyed certain conveniences that nobody else could have. One such advantage was that he could cover a lot of distance with just a thought. After several leaps, Shadowed Star appeared in the distance. With another leap, they appeared inside High Heaven Sect. A stream of light flew out from a certain spirit peak at that moment. It was Su Yen who had sensed his return. Under her lead, all the masters in High Heaven Sect swarmed over. It didn't take long for all the elders and masters to gather together. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and spoke first. Sect Master, there is something I need to inform you about. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning in Yang Kai's embrace, with some measure of surprise. The matter she wanted to report about was related to the disappearance of Li Jiao and his family. You don't need to tell me. I already know about it. Yang Kai handed the sleeping Lu Yuqin over to Su Yen. Please take care of her. Their gazes met, and although nothing more was said, they understood each other. Thus, Su Yen gently nodded and carried Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Afterwards, Yang Kai took a seat in the main hall while the rest gathered around him. Sweeping his gaze over them, he spoke. You have worked hard over the years. I have seen the results of your hard work with my own eyes. Although I did not participate in the endeavor, I am thankful for all your contributions. Yi Shiyun said, It's what we should do. But, what do you know about the expanding black hole, Sect Master? Yang Kai replied, I just found out about it not too long ago. But don't worry, I will deal with this matter myself. Upon hearing what he said, she calmed down. What she had been worrying about for the past few years finally disappeared. Although Yang Kai was somebody who rarely showed his face and usually left all the work to her, he was reliable when he became serious. Husband, what is that black hole? How is it able to devour the star field? Shanqing Luo asked puzzledly. To which he answered, It's the power of Grand Desolation Star Field. It's the doing of Grand Desolation Star Field again? A group of people suddenly exclaimed with righteous indignation. Ever since the war ended 3 years ago, the entire star field had entered a stage of recuperation. They thought that they could finally live in peace for a time, but they did not expect Grand Desolation Star Field to reappear and stir up a storm again so soon. Moreover, it was worse this time around as that star field actually started to eat away at their star field, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Yi Shiyun frowned. Sect Master, how is Grand Desolation Star Field able to devour this star field? Could it be that Grand Desolation Star Field is a higher plane than ours? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not it. There are no major differences between the two star fields. The reason something like that happened is that somebody is pulling strings from the shadows. Somebody? Who? Could it be? He nodded and said solemnly, It's the master of Grand Desolation Star Field. The person who had exchanged blows with him was no ordinary person. Besides, only one person could direct the refinement and assimilation of another star field, and that was the star field master of Grand Desolation Star Field. That person was just like Yang Kai. They were both star field masters. A gasp rang out among the crowd. Then, they quickly remembered that Yang Kai was also a star field master, so there was no reason for them to be so fearful. It was just that, what would happen if the two star field masters started a fight with each other? How would their battle affect their respective star fields? Their battle would not be done in person nor with their strength alone after all. They would be fighting with the power of their respective star fields as their support. That was bound to cause great disturbances in both star fields. Sect Master, who is stronger between the two of you? Yi Shiyun raised the question that everyone was most anxious to know. He is not my opponent at the moment, Xianxia replied calmly. The places swallowed up by the darkness had originally been part of his territory, so Xianxia still had a certain advantage despite it having been taken over by the other party. In essence, it was not difficult for Xianxia to drive the foreign enemy out. At the moment, Yi Shiyun keenly grasped the key points in his words. What about in the future? Xianxia laughed. Who can say what the future will bring? We simply do what we can to conform with the heavenly way. She looked like she still had more to ask, but he raised his hand to stop her before smiling meaningfully. There's an insect here. While speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at something in front of him. His movements were neither hurried nor unhurried. In response, the space in front of him became chaotic. Plunging his large hand into this warped space, Xianxia seemed to grab hold of something far away, and when he withdrew his hand, an old man with an all-white beard appeared in the great hall. The old man looked shocked and bewildered. He had a stooped figure, and his entire body was trembling. He looked rather unsteady on his feet. Moreover, the aura around him was not that strong, only in the origin-returning realm. Everybody in the great hall looked at each other in confusion, wondering why Xianxia had captured this old man. They didn't even know where Xianxia had brought this old man from. After becoming the star field's master, Xianxia's strength had become more and more difficult for them to understand. In the meantime, that old man with the stooped figure glanced about his surroundings and seemed to be frightened. The people around him might not know who he was, but he knew many of their faces, so panic flashed through his eyes for a moment before he quickly feigned ignorance and haltingly asked, "Where am I?" Inside the great hall, Xianxia looked at the old man with a smile. Meanwhile, everybody else looked surprised and puzzled. The old man asked, "Excuse me, sirs, who are you? Stop playing dumb. This old man really doesn't know what you are talking about, little brother." Xianxia looked the old man up and down. Then he grinned and said, "Look at you. The corpse chi around you is so strong. You must be proficient in corpse refinement. What position do you hold in the Netherworld sect?" Netherworld sect? The expression of Yi Shiyun and the others changed drastically at the name. They glared at the old man fiercely as although they could not tell what was so special about him. There could be no mistake since Xianxia had said so. All the cultivators in the star field held a deep hatred for the name Netherworld sect. They thought that the dust had settled after they cleaned up the star field 3 years ago, so they never expected that a rat could have slipped through their fingers. Moreover, that rat was hiding right under their noses. "Little brother, I'm afraid you must have made a mistake. I'm not part of the Netherworld. What were you trying to do by coming to Shadowed Star? What are you looking for?" The old man shook his head. "I don't understand what you mean." Xianxia raised his hand and enveloped the old man in a thick murderous intent. In response, the old man's stooped figure straightened immediately and his aura burst out without warning. Yi Shiyun and the others were dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that the old man in front of them was no origin-returning realm cultivator. He clearly stood at the peak of the Origin King realm. Moreover, his aura was slightly stronger than all the other Origin King realm masters they had met before. It was as though he could break through the shackles of the Origin King realm at any moment. They did not know what kind of secret technique he had used to conceal his cultivation so well, but if not for Xianxia's sharp vision, everybody else would not have seen through his disguise. The attack the old man expected did not come, however, as Xianxia simply put down the hand he raised. How could the old man not know that he had been played for a fool? No longer trying to conceal anything, he coldly snorted, "You were the ones who forced my hand." He had indeed infiltrated Shadowed Star to look for something, but he had no intention of facing High Heaven's sect so quickly. Unfortunately, the heavens did not act according to his wishes. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight his way out. Saying so, he summoned a large banner to his hand. The banner was unfurled as rich blood chi surged, dyeing the whole hall a bright red color. Inside the hall, everybody from High Heaven's sect instantly felt as though they had fallen into a turbulent blood river. The blood chi in their surroundings carried a strong corrosive aura that made it hard for them to breathe and rendered their Saint Chi useless. One after another, they paled in response. They knew about the Bloodsea banner. After fighting with Netherworld sect's cultivators for all these years, every one of them had some experience facing this kind of artifact. Even so, they had never seen such a terrifying Bloodsea banner before. It seemed that even a third-order Origin King Realm Master would be helpless once this Bloodsea banner was summoned. You could have taken the easy way out, but you just had to choose the difficult path. Today, I will turn every one of you into... The old man bit his tongue midway through his sentence, because a small figure was strolling towards him in the middle of the Blood Sea. That small figure raised its head and looked up at him with an innocent expression. Although no aura fluctuations were coming from this small figure, it was strangely unaffected by the Bloodsea banner. At that moment, that small and petite figure felt like a huge mountain towering over him, making him feel as though he needed to look up at it. How is this possible? The old man was shocked and horrified. This artifact of his had long since surpassed the limits of what this star field could withstand. It was something that had been given to him from that place, and it was by relying on the power of this artifact that he still remained calm and confident even after his identity was exposed. That was because it was impossible for anybody in this star field to escape from the imprisonment and corrosion of his Bloodsea banner. Those who fell prey to it would die without a doubt. However, there was now a 7- or 8-year-old little girl who was completely unaffected by the power of his Bloodsea banner standing in front of him. The little girl blinked once before lifting her hand and seemingly grabbing at something. The old man took several steps back as though he had been struck by lightning at that moment, and his face paled slightly as his horror grew. The connection between him and his Bloodsea banner had been cut off. When he looked up again, the blood-colored aura that was covering the hall had disappeared. Meanwhile, the little girl held the Bloodsea banner in her hands and casually stuffed it into her space ring. After that, she turned around and walked back without even sparing him a single glance. The old man felt as if his throat had gone dry and vigorously tried to swallow. The greatest card he relied on had been taken away from him so easily that even his mental state had suffered a backlash from the incident. He had acted so high and mighty just now, but now he was like a venomous snake with his fangs pulled out. His aura withered, and his arrogance from before was gone. Compared to the injury he received from having his artifact forcefully taken away from him, he felt more mentally traumatized. The feeling that little girl gave him, she was in no way weaker than that person. Why is there such a powerful existence in this star field? No wonder everybody from Grand Desolation Star Field had been massacred mercilessly. How can the invasion succeed with somebody like that guarding this place? Who is the one who helped you upgrade this artifact? Xianxia sat boldly and unrestrained on an elevated platform inside the hall, resting his cheek on his hand as he looked at the old man calmly. The old man trembled. Throwing himself to the ground, he respectfully said, "Senior, I will tell you everything you want to know. Just please have mercy on me." Now that the tables had been turned on him, he immediately became much more well-behaved. "I don't think you have the right to negotiate with me." The old man lowered his head. "I implore you to have mercy on this old man. I have never done anything to harm this star field before." Xianxia thought about it seriously and nodded his agreement. "Good. I promise I won't kill you. Senior, can your words be trusted?" Xianxia grinned slightly. "Most of the time when I speak such words, I'm not being sincere." The old man instantly turned deathly pale at those words. "But," Xianxia added in the same breath, "this time around, I will keep my word. I won't kill you." "Many thanks, Senior." The old man burst into tears of gratitude. "What do you wish to know, Senior?" "You are the sect master of Netherworld sect, right?" Xianxia asked. The old man smiled bitterly. "Senior has good eyes. Although I am incompetent, I am the 345th generation sect master of Netherworld sect." "What? He is the sect master of Netherworld sect?" A commotion rose up inside the great hall. Everybody glared at the old man furiously. Netherworld sect was the culprit behind Grand Desolation Starfield's invasion. Even though they had killed many people from the Netherworld sect, including several vice sect masters and elders, they had never found their true sect master. Furthermore, none of the elders and vice sect masters knew where this sect master was. The only information they could glean was that the sect master had separated from the rest after arriving in Hung Luo Star Field. Nobody knew where he went or what he was up to. There had been practically no information on this person, so who could have imagined that he had infiltrated Shadowed Star at some unknown point in time? It wasn't until today that he was discovered by Yang Kai. That was probably the result of being too clever for his own good. He had thought that the most dangerous place would be the safest place to hide. Unbeknownst to this old man, Yang Kai's perception of Shadowed Star had become even more acute after becoming the Star Field Master. How could Yang Kai fail to notice an existence with such an obvious aura that practically screamed Netherworld sect? If he had been hiding on another star, Yang Kai might not have bothered to go looking for him, and he could have remained hidden for a few more years. That artifact of yours, did that person help you upgrade it? Yang Kai repeated the question again. That person? I don't know who you are referring to. The old man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. That guy from Grand Desolation Star Field. Have you met the person before? The old man was shocked. Yang Kai shook his head. I have never met him. He paused before continuing. We simply exchanged a few blows in secret. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He first thought that the young man in front of him was bluffing, as no matter how high his cultivation is, how could he possibly survive an exchange of blows with that person? Then, the old man suddenly recalled the strange occurrences that he had felt a few days ago and exclaimed in alarm, Are you the master of this star field? Yes. No wonder. No wonder. The old man murmured to himself. No wonder the star field felt so abnormal several days ago. No wonder he can exchange blows with that person. It turned out that he is the master of this star field. Only by becoming a Starfield Master could he be qualified to fight against another Starfield Master after all. Yang Kai observed the old man's words and actions. All of a sudden, his eyebrows twitched and he asked, You've been hiding and acting alone for so many years. Could it be that you were looking for the Starfield source of Hung Luo Starfield? The old man's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Yang Kai had seen through him, he no longer concealed anything and nodded. I was simply following orders. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That guy sure has a voracious appetite. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Strong winds blew and storms stirred in the skies. At the same time, dark and oppressive clouds formed without warning, covering the sky like a thick quilt. Looming overhead, they gave off a stifling feeling. Now that he was the Starfield's master, Yang Kai's very mood, be it happiness, sadness, or anger, could affect the entire star field. Upon seeing this, the old man no longer doubted. He was fully convinced that this young man was the master of Hung Luo Star Field. Yang Kai sneered. He is trying to devour Hung Luo Star Field in one bite. Judging by the current situation, it was not accurate to say that the Netherworld sect was the culprit behind Grand Desolation Star Field's invasion. It would seem that the Netherworld sect was just another pawn, and the person behind the scenes was the master of Grand Desolation Starfield. Making use of the war between the two star fields' cultivators to create chaos and weaken Hung Luo Starfield was the only way to make the Starfield source reveal itself. Subsequently, this old man simply needed to locate the Starfield source, and that person on the other side of the darkness would be able to absorb and refine it. Once that person successfully refined the Hung Luo Starfield source, the two starfields would be merged together into one. In that way, that person would become the master of two star fields, and his strength would rise like the tide. His methods were not the most ingenious, but were highly effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the starfield in time, that person would already have succeeded with his plans, and Hung Luo Starfield would definitely have ended up as a vassal of Grand Desolation Starfield. I do not know what that person's goal is. Netherworld sect master lowered his gaze. Is that so? Yang Kai gave the old man a deep and meaningful smile, making the old man's heart skip in fear. Forget it. Come with me. After saying that, Yang Kai stood up and grabbed the old man by the collar. He strode forward, and they appeared in the starry sky in just a few steps. Senior, please have mercy on me, the old man yelled, looking quite panicked. The feeling that he could not win through force bloomed in him when he looked at the strange little girl earlier. However, he found that he couldn't even muster the courage to fight back after meeting Yang Kai. This is the power of a star field master. He did not believe that Yang Kai's strength was much higher than his own. Thus, the only reason Yang Kai could handle him so easily was because he obtained the recognition of the star field source. If only I had the opportunity. Why are you raising such a fuss? Yang Kai slapped the old man on the back of the head. The sect master of the Netherworld sect immediately calmed down after being smacked by Yang Kai. The scenery flashed by quickly as they brushed past large stars that soon were left behind as no more than specks of lights in the distance. In just a short while, the two of them had traveled across billions of kilometers. Stopping all of a sudden, Yang Kai tossed the old man to the side. The old man immediately caught his balance and looked around. His pupils contracted at the sight. There was a gigantic black hole in front of him, heaving and writhing like the mouth of a giant beast. It seemed to be gnawing at this world, trying to swallow it all up. Grand Desolation Star Field is on the other side of that darkness. Yang Kai pointed at the area where the darkness was the densest. The old man's eyes lit up at those words. Do you want to go back? He nodded repeatedly to that. Good. I'll let you go back. But you have to help me pass on a message. He cautiously asked, What message? Tell that bastard to wash his neck and wait for my arrival. I'll be there to claim his head soon enough. Scram! Yang Kai lifted the old man by the collar again and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and tried to resist, but he couldn't even gather his Saint Chi. In the end, he could only plunge headfirst into the darkness and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he glanced into the darkness and let out a soft whistle. 3 figures stood on the other side of the darkness at this moment. Aside from the sallow-faced man, the other 2 were people that Yang Kai was familiar with. They were Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. Both their auras were still intact. They had suffered neither torture nor injury, but they had no intention of escaping either. That was because neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang could exert their full strength in this place, while on the contrary, this middle-aged man in front of them could. Capturing them was a simple task for this man. Neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang could put up any resistance against him. No matter who you are, you will pay the price for this. Li Jiao gazed at the middle-aged man with a vicious expression on his face. This man had thrown Lu Yuqin into the darkness right in front of them, and they did not even know whether she was still alive at this point. It was only natural that Li Jiao was furious. He hated himself for being helpless. If he had been in the star boundary, he would have fought this man to the death. Even if he wound up not being this man's opponent, it would still be better than simmering with this rage. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to those words and simply said calmly, How are you so confident? Li Jiao smiled coldly. Because you don't know who you provoked. The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at Li Jiao. Studying Li Jiao for a moment, he said, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Li Jiao said, If I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off a long time ago. Are you pinning your hopes on that person named Yang Kai? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows at Li Jiao, secretly feeling amused. He had never even heard of the name Yang Kai before. So, how strong could this person be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the Starfield Master, he wouldn't last long. He only learned of Yang Kai's existence after talking to Li Jiao for some time. It wasn't that Li Jiao wanted to sell Yang Kai out. He simply had no choice but to answer the questions since Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were behind him. Just you wait. You will come to regret this. Li Jiao sneered and said no more. It didn't matter where the person in front of him came from or how high that person's cultivation was. He believed that Yang Kai could get rid of them as long as they were not a great emperor. Yang Kai was a person who even dared to barge into a place like Dragon Island after all, so what else could trouble him in this world? I hope he is as capable as you say. Otherwise, this will be too boring. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. All of a sudden, he sensed something and turned to look into the darkness. Ripples spread across the surface of the darkness. Immediately after that, a figure flew out from the depths of the darkness. Flailing about wildly, a deep look of shock still etched on their face. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and caught the figure. Meanwhile, the old man continued to yell without stopping. It took the middle-aged man shouting at him for him to calm down. "Yes, sir," the old man exclaimed when his vision cleared and he saw who was standing in front of him. His eyes flashed with a sense of euphoria at having escaped the clutches of death. He had thought that he was a goner when Xianxia threw him into the darkness. Who could have known that Xianxia had kept his promise and let him live? Moreover, Xianxia even sent him back to Grand Desolation Star Field. "Why did you appear here from the other side?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man rather curiously and slowly released him from his grip. The old man hurriedly replied, "Sir, I had to endure great humiliation in return for my life. That was how I survived and came back here to report to you." "Did that person send you back?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, hitting the nail on the head with his statement. Netherworld sect master wore a stern expression. Even so, he could only nod affirmatively. "Yes, he sent me here to pass a message to you." "What message?" "That little brat who doesn't know his place claimed that he will be coming for you soon, sir." The old man considered his words carefully, not daring to repeat the exact words that Xianxia had used. "Is that all?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He seemed astonished by the message and turned to glance at Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. "Doesn't that person care about the lives of these two?" "That's all." Netherworld sect master lowered his head. The middle-aged man mulled over it for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and reached out towards Netherworld sect master's head, an action that startled the old man greatly. He instinctively wanted to resist even though he knew that it was useless to, but in that moment of hesitation, the large hand covered his forehead and he stiffened in response, even his thoughts freezing in place. "I'll see for myself," the middle-aged man said faintly. He then released his divine sense and poured it into the old man's knowledge sea, forcefully scanning his memories. This method could easily cause irreversible damage to the old man. However, it was clear that the middle-aged man was not too concerned about that. The old man's knowledge sea churned violently all of a sudden. An array of light burst out from within the waters. That light flickered with an aura that did not belong to him before it transformed into an incredibly sharp attack that lashed out at the middle-aged man's divine sense. It turned out that Xianxia had planted a lethal attack in the old man's knowledge sea without the old man noticing. Then he simply waited for the middle-aged man to walk right into his trap. "Humph!" The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Although he was surprised, he did not panic. His divine sense fluctuated and a wave of pure spiritual energy surged forward to take on the attack. A loud crash rang out as the water in the old man's knowledge sea boiled. The two divine senses collided together before dissipating, with the middle-aged man slightly surprised to find that the other party's spiritual energy was no weaker than his. But, from what he heard from Li Jiao, this Xianxia was only a first-order emperor. How can he have such a powerful divine sense? When the two divine senses collided, neither side could do anything to the other. Unfortunately, Netherworld sect master suffered from their little exchange as he was caught off guard. The aftermath of the clash sent ripples back into the Star Field Master's own knowledge sea, shaking his soul slightly. On the other hand, the old man's knowledge sea collapsed under the impact of this clash and his aura was extinguished. In the end, he was simply collateral damage in their confrontation. Xianxia had not killed him and even allowed him to return, but Xianxia's trap caused him to lose his life instantly. It was no longer realistic to investigate anything else, but just as the middle-aged man was about to withdraw his consciousness from the collapsed knowledge sea, a great sense of crisis descended from the sky. He forced his eyes open and looked up to see a vortex had appeared within the darkness in front of him, and a young man grinned at him from within as he leapt across the world boundaries and lunged at him. "Bold!" The middle-aged man's expression finally changed as he exclaimed to himself. Grand Desolation Star Field was located on this side of the darkness and it was his territory. Anybody who entered this place would be suppressed by his power. Even when he made plans to devour Hung Luo Starfield, He had to take his time and slowly make progress, one step at a time. He also had to send people over to search for Hung Luo star field source on his behalf. How can this boy just rush into this place like this? Isn't he afraid he won't leave this place alive? Despite all the thoughts running through his head, the middle-aged man swiftly composed himself and grinned happily. He would have been helpless to do anything if Yang Kai had fought him while remaining hidden in Hung Luo star field. Both of them were star field masters with control of their respective star fields, which also meant that they held a distinct advantage over the other in their respective territories. But this place was his territory. A hint of pride flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at the fist slamming towards him, communicating with his own star field source as he threw out a punch of his own. Dragon transformation! A shout suddenly rang out as Yang Kai's body suddenly swelled, transforming into his 200-meter-long half-dragon form in the blink of an eye, his fist suddenly becoming the size of a house. The middle-aged man was startled by this change, and before he could react, their fists collided. From an outsider's perspective, the middle-aged man was not even the size of Yang Kai's finger, and it gave rise to an inexplicable feeling that the middle-aged man had overestimated his abilities, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even so, the aura of both parties was not inferior to one another, both as tall and imposing as giants. When their fists connected, Yang Kai's huge fist visibly dented. The sound of bones breaking subsequently rang out, and that sound traveled upwards, from his arms to his shoulders. His arm immediately went as limp as a wet noodle. With just one punch, his arm had been rendered useless. He had suffered such a serious injury despite his dragon transformation, which went to show just how powerful the middle-aged man was. Although Yang Kai suffered great damage though, the other party was no better off. The middle-aged man originally thought that with the advantage of being in his own territory, being able to fully mobilize the power of his star field, he could defeat Yang Kai without breaking a sweat. However, he realized how wrong he was the moment their fists connected. An explosive and shocking power struck him from the front, and as a result, he was thrown backwards like a meteor and his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. What happened? The middle-aged man's eyes widened as large as saucers. He had a look of disbelief on his face, but nevertheless, he soon figured out how Yang Kai had managed to do it. Logically speaking, Yang Kai would not be able to cause any harm to him in his own star field, no matter how high Yang Kai's strength was. That punch was clearly not an ordinary attack. It was an attack that was mixed with the power of the enemy's star field. That was the only explanation for how Yang Kai could produce such great force. Brother Yang, Li Jiao was pleasantly surprised. Hurry up and escape. Yang Kai stretched out his other intact hand towards Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, grabbed them in his palm, and plunged into the darkness behind him without any hesitation whatsoever. A punch like that could only be thrown once. He couldn't do it again. Fortunately, his attack had caught the other party off guard. If he waited until that person recovered from his shock, forget letting Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang escape, he himself would not be able to leave the star field alive either. You won't escape. A furious voice rang out from behind them as space around them seemed to solidify. Yang Kai was halfway through the motion of leaping into the darkness, but his body came to an abrupt stop at that moment. He was stuck in place with the darkness only several meters away from him, escape literally at his fingertips. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that the figure of the middle-aged man he had blown away just now was flickering and rushing towards them urgently. Yang Kai had always used his space techniques to inhibit his opponent's movements and never expected he would one day be imprisoned in place by somebody else. The middle-aged man had not mastered the Tao of space, but he could mobilize all the principles and powers of the star field as its master. Fighting him in this place is very disadvantageous indeed. After suffering a loss once, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly. However, his eyes were also filled with excitement. It seemed as though he planned to keep Yang Kai here, once and for all. This was truly a godsend opportunity. If he missed this chance, he would never be able to take over Hung Luo star field again. Go! Yang Kai threw Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, who were in his clutches, into the darkness, using both brute force and space principles at the same time to break through the restraints around him. Gotcha! Small cracks appeared in the surrounding space like little fish swimming about, and his imprisoned body finally regained a sliver of freedom. Clenching his intact fist, Xianxia stealthily grasped something in the palm of his hand, while praying in his heart that his guess was correct. Otherwise, a disastrous end would await him. I praise you for your righteousness, your excellency. But doing this was utter idiocy on your part. The middle-aged man could not restrain the joy in his heart and quickly rushed over to Xianxia in just several steps. Although the power behind Xianxia's punch just now was not weak, it had not caused any substantial harm to him. As the master of this star field, he had countless ways to disperse the power of that punch when he stood within his own domain. Therefore, he only suffered some slight discomfort. On the other hand, Xianxia had lost the use of an arm and was now lashing out with his other one. The middle-aged man lifted his fist in response, preparing to render that arm useless too. When their fists connected again, the smile on the middle-aged man's face stiffened suddenly. He was, once again, blown away like a shooting star with a loud whooshing sound. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he was completely incapable of understanding what had just happened. There was only one question repeating over and over in his heart. How is this possible? Failing to receive the first punch earlier could be explained away by him underestimating his enemy, and by the opponent still being able to utilize the power of their star field to a certain extent since they had just leapt across the world barrier. Be that as it may, it should have been impossible for the second punch to have such an effect. The middle-aged man had confined his opponent in this space and isolated him from Hung Luo star field on the other side. This boy couldn't use the power of his star field again. Even so, the middle-aged man could clearly feel the power of a whole world rushing towards him from that punch. It was different from the first punch, yet very similar at the same time. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia laughed wildly. When the laughter reached the middle-aged man's ears, it immediately filled him with rage. It felt as though he, an adult, was fighting with a child and being thrown to the ground, over and over again. It was extremely frustrating and humiliating. That wasn't to say that Xianxia was a child. It was just that Xianxia should be no different from a defenseless child in this star field. A voice that irritated him even more sounded in his head at that moment. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll beat your face in so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. After leaving those vicious words behind, Xianxia turned and stepped into the darkness. By the time the middle-aged man lunged toward Xianxia again, the latter was gone. Clenching his fists furiously, he roared bitterly, Xianxia! There had been no grievances between Xianxia and him before this, simply some friction over the assimilation of Hung Luo Starfield. However, there had not been a Starfield master in Hung Luo Starfield when this middle-aged man first made his plans to take it over. What he wanted to devour had simply been an unowned Starfield at the time. In the end, those plans were ruined by Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia was the one who destroyed everything. After being played for a fool over and over again, though, the middle-aged man ended up embarrassing himself greatly. Therefore, the flames of rage were burning high in him, and he already considered Xianxia to be an enemy. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely kill him. Xianxia appeared in Hung Luo Starfield and reverted back to his human appearance. Meanwhile, Li Jiao and Lu Senyang both stood there and watched the darkness anxiously. They were overjoyed to see Xianxia emerge and immediately came forward in concern. Then, they saw that both his arms were hanging limply by his sides like strands of noodles. So how could they not realize that he had suffered a great loss? Brother Yang. Li Jiao's eyes were a little moist. After being captured by that middle-aged man, he had not held any hope that Xianxia would come and rescue him. That was because he knew that, although he had some standing in Xianxia's heart, it was impossible to compare it to a whole star field. After all, this star field contained Xianxia's friends, family, and sect. How could he sacrifice the entire star field for the sake of one newly made friend? For that reason, Li Jiao had planned for the worst. Who could have known that Xianxia would take such a huge risk to infiltrate a star field controlled by the enemy just to save him, though? Moreover, he succeeded. It was not an exaggeration to say that Li Jiao would never be able to repay such a great kindness even if he gave his life. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao in disgust and said, "My arm hurts very much right now, and the way you look right now is making my head hurt too." Li Jiao blushed at those words. Then Yang Kai continued, "I only did that as an experiment. It would have been your fate if I failed to rescue you at that time. Of course, I would have avenged your deaths." Li Jiao said, "I understand. In any case, I am still very grateful." Lu Sanyang seemed like she was hesitating to speak, but Yang Kai added, "Yuqin is safe. She is currently at High Heaven Sect. You guys should go too." "What about you?" Li Jiao asked in concern. Yang Kai said, "I will stay here to monitor the situation. Besides, I have to recuperate from my injuries." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "By the way, do you know who that person is? At least his name." Li Jiao replied, "That person calls himself Wu Heng. Another one surnamed Wu?" Yang Kai frowned, and his expression became a little strange. All those with the surname Wu he met seemed to be scum. Even the greatest villain in history was surnamed Wu. Li Jiao clearly knew what Yang Kai was thinking about, but shaking his head, he explained, "This person probably has nothing to do with that person. They just happen to have the same surname. It would be best if they are completely unrelated to each other." Yang Kai nodded. If Wu Heng turned out to be related to Wu Kuang, then it would turn into an extremely troublesome matter. Another heaven-devouring great emperor could not be allowed to exist in this world. After all, the original was still alive and kicking. They talked for a bit more, but Li Jiao did not know much about Wu Heng's background either. So Yang Kai soon sent the couple back to Shadowed Star. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yang Kai circulated his strength to restore his arms, both of which had been shattered. Although his actions had disgraced Wu Heng just now, they were not without cost. Various principles flowed inside his arms, wantonly destroying his body and veins. The injuries were so severe that if it had been anybody else in this condition, their arms would have been completely crippled as a result. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a strong physique and vitality, and now that he was back in his territory, he could borrow the power of the star field to easily draw out the principles in his body and dissipate them into the void. Not only did he not suffer much from doing that, but he also added some energy to the star field, even though it was an insignificant amount. A long while later, Yang Kai could finally slightly raise his arms. The potential dangers had been removed and the rest would simply heal slowly. Probably wouldn't take long before they were completely restored. Then, he took out some healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth to further shorten the recovery period. The palm of his right hand had been tightly clenched all this while. He had not loosened his grip at all since earlier. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai unclenched his fist and spread out his palm. A longan-sized bead was lying quietly on the palm of his hand. It was the sealed world bead. His first punch managed to blast Wu Heng back because he had been betting on catching Wu Heng off guard. Besides, he had just crossed over from his own star field, so he could still mobilize some of the star field's power when he stood at the border between both worlds. However, Yang Kai did not rely on the power of the star field for the second punch. It was by borrowing the power of the sealed world bead that he managed to succeed. If a star field was said to be its own world, then the sealed world bead was also its own world. The only difference was their sizes. Comparing the sizes of the worlds within the sealed world bead and the entire star field was like comparing a child to a full-grown adult. Even so, one thing was the same: they both contained their own world force. As the owner of the sealed world bead, it was only natural that Yang Kai could mobilize the power of the sealed world. He had previously used the world force within the sealed world bead to defend himself against a world energy baptism. Consequently, the small sealed world within had been heavily damaged, its world principles suffering gravely. Yang Kai had later entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda of Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to absorb a lot of source strength from it. It was only then that he finally managed to repair the sealed world bead and evolve it into a complete world. Repeating that old trick was his last resort. Fortunately, the results did not disappoint him. He would not have been able to force Wu Heng back without the sealed world bead, regardless of how powerful his second punch was. "May the heavens bless you," Xianxia held the sealed world bead in both hands and chanted those words several times before his expression became resolute. Immersing his divine sense into the sealed world bead, he probed the condition within and his face immediately twitched in response. His expression fluctuated endlessly. It was only after a long time that a miserable howl resounded through the starry sky. As he expected, the insides of the small sealed world were a mess. The world that had been repaired and perfected when he entered the five-colored treasure pagoda had fallen apart again. The world principles were chaotic, the mountains were upside down, the rivers flowed in reverse, and multiple void cracks spread across the small sealed world like great scars. At first glance, the world was in such a dilapidated condition that it looked like it might collapse at any moment. Xianxia was heartbroken. Saving Li Jiao this time around had bled him dry. Luckily, he had managed to save those two at the very least. Furthermore, the one silver lining among the rest of the misfortunes was that there was no damage near the medicine garden. After all, the medicine garden was the real core of the small sealed world. One reason for this stroke of fortune was that Xianxia had deliberately protected that place. The other reason was that the immortal tree and firmament tree were planted inside the medicine garden. Be it the immortal tree or the firmament tree, there was only one of their kind in the world. Their existences in itself were difficult to destroy, so it was only natural that the place where they were located would be practically untouchable too. Sometime later, Xianxia withdrew his consciousness from the sealed world bead and calmed his rampaging emotions. Although the sealed world bead was severely damaged, it was not destroyed. That meant that there was always a chance to repair it again. I will have to see if I can get another chance to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda. However, he suddenly recalled what had happened when he left Star Soul Palace back then and instantly dismissed the idea. I caused a lot of trouble for Star Soul Palace when I last entered the five-colored treasure pagoda. So I'm afraid Bright Moon Great Emperor will never let me enter it ever again. Putting the sealed world bead away, Xianxia cast his gaze into the darkness before him. Right now, taking care of what was in front of him came first. When Hung Luo Star Field had been without a master, no one could stop Wu Hung, a thief, from rushing in and looting the place as he pleased. Now that Xianxia had become the Starfield master though, how could he continue to allow Wu Hung to run wild in his territory? Just as he was no match for Wu Hung in Grand Desolation Starfield, the same also applied vice versa. Communicating with the star chart in his knowledge sea, Xianxia faced the vast darkness, took a deep breath, spread his arms wide open, and pushed forward violently while assuming an aggressive stance. In response, the churning darkness rolled backwards like the ebbing tides of the sea. It retreated nearly 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Moreover, it continued to shrink backwards. In the places where the darkness had retreated, the originally starry sky reappeared again. Xianxia had not been joking when he first said, "Spit out whatever you ate that belongs to me." He fully intended to take action to get back what was originally his. All of a sudden, the withdrawing darkness slowed down, as if some sort of power was blocking its retreat on the other side. "How dare you resist?" Xianxia raised his brow and grinned savagely. How could he not know this was Wu Heng's doing? Unable to forget the humiliation from the other day, Wu Heng was determined to make things difficult for Xianxia. Xianxia was forcing the darkness that was devouring Hung Luo Star Field to retreat. On the contrary, Wu Heng was deliberately exerting force on the other side to hinder Xianxia's actions. Unfortunately, Wu Heng's actions were meaningless. Even though the speed had slowed down by a lot, the darkness continued to recede under Xianxia's continuous efforts. 3 years ago, the darkness here had begun to devour everything. It took Wu Heng 3 years to engulf a few millions of kilometers of this star field. The speed of absorption was not that fast compared to the length of time it had taken to do so. On the other hand, the speed of recovery was much faster. The darkness receded, shrinking towards a center point, little by little. The black hole that had covered a vast area within the star field gradually disappeared and the starry sky was restored to its original state. The entire process took about a month in total before all the darkness had been driven away, leaving behind only the original void corridor in its place. Back then, Li Jiao had been assigned to guard this void corridor and prevent both the reinforcement and escape of Grand Desolation Starfield's cultivators. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Wu Heng had been battling each other from across worlds over the course of the last month. The end result was as expected. It was Yang Kai's overwhelming victory. The gears in Yang Kai's head began to turn as he stared at the entrance of that pitch-black void corridor. The reason why this void corridor had appeared was mainly that he had taken the source of Hung Luo Star Field away with him when he left for Star Boundary. Thus, the world barrier between the two star fields had weakened. It might have been accidental or it might have been Wu Heng's plot all along. But the weakest point had transformed into an interconnecting void corridor between the two star fields. Now that Yang Kai had brought the source back and successfully refined the star chart to become Hung Luo Starfield's master, he was fully capable of closing up the void corridor. It wouldn't take much time or effort for Yang Kai to accomplish this with his current strength. It was just that the connection between the two star fields would be completely cut off once the void corridor was closed. How could Yang Kai end things so cleanly when he had yet to exact his revenge? Hence, he left the void corridor there as it was. Not only did he not repair it, he even began putting together a nefarious plot. The best way to deal out revenge is to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since Wu Heng tried to devour Hung Luo Star Field, I will return the favor and take a bite out of Grand Desolation Star Field to show him what it feels like to be robbed. But I need to think up a good plan before doing that. Otherwise, I'll simply fail like Wu Heng did here. The void corridor fell silent, but although Yang Kai couldn't see anything across it, he was certain that Wu Heng was also watching him from the other side. Grinning, he stretched his hand out and began drawing something. A light flowed out, and in the next moment, a mysterious pattern appeared in front of the corridor. This pattern was none other than the pattern of the cross-territory space array. With the void as its base and the power of the stars as its materials, Yang Kai arranged a giant space array with just a few gestures, demonstrating the great power of a star field master. The embodiment right now was sitting cross-legged in High Heaven Sect, far away on Shadowed Star, absorbing world energy to cultivate. All of a sudden, light flashed behind it and an identical array appeared at its back. It turned to look behind it when it felt something. Then, it got up and stepped into the array. In an instant, it passed through a distance of billions of kilometers and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Looking around, it understood everything even though nothing was said. It quietly walked over to Yang Kai and pressed its hand against his head before sending a vast sea of information into the latter's knowledge sea. To some extent, the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai's body. It was just that it had the body of a stone spirit with Yang Kai's soul clone occupying it. It was capable of communicating with Yang Kai via words to express different opinions and ideas. However, when it was needed, it could also communicate without using words at all. Yang Kai could understand its various thoughts, as well as share his own with it. The information the embodiment was currently sending to Yang Kai was none other than the most powerful and most evil secret art in the world, the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. The Heaven-Devouring Battle Law was created by Wu Kuang and was a secret art that could swallow and refine everything in the world. Back then, Wu Kuang had used this secret art to devour countless star fields. Several great emperors had died in order to kill him in a great battle. However, Wu Kuang had seized another person's body and consciousness, coming back to life again after tens of thousands of years. If those fallen great emperors learned of this, they might roll over in their graves or come back to life out of rage. Even though the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law was powerful, Yang Kai had not cultivated it because he always felt that there were significant drawbacks to this secret art. His belief had been strengthened even more after the embodiment cultivated it. The secret art contained several critical flaws. Being able to devour and refine everything in existence might sound amazing, but it would only end in disaster if there was no corresponding way to process what was devoured. That was because there would inevitably be all kinds of energies, principles, and attributes, along with innumerable impurities taken in when swallowing and refining raw materials, resources, and energy. In turn, these impurities were bound to produce some complications. Once these complications accumulated to a certain level, they would cause great harm to a cultivator and even lead to the regression of their cultivation due to cultivation dissonance. Wu Kuang naturally had a method of resolving those issues, which was why he was capable of using his heaven-devouring battle law so wantonly. As for Yang Kai, though, he did not have the means to do so. However, his embodiment did. The Stone Spirit clan had a unique physique wherein they could eat all kinds of stones and minerals that contained all kinds of principles and energies. Then, they simply refined those ores and discard any kind of impurity from their bodies innately. Strictly speaking, there was no other race in this world that was more suitable for cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law than the Stone Spirit clan. That was probably something Wu Kuang had never thought of nor foreseen either. After obtaining the heaven-devouring battle law, the embodiment had been cultivating it for many years, but it had yet to encounter any problems regarding impurities or mismatched energies during that time. It even managed to devour Shi Hua's source. When it came to understanding and comprehending the heaven-devouring battle law, the embodiment was the only one in this world, aside from Wu Kuang, that held any authority on the subject. Yang Kai slowly digested the huge amount of information pouring into his mind. He had studied it before, but now, with embodiment's notes and key insights as well as things he learnt from Wu Kuang, Yang Kai quickly realized that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had originally imagined. If Wu Kuang had not been evil, he would have been a glorified genius. Half a day later, the embodiment withdrew its hand and glanced at the black hole not too far away, standing guard next to Yang Kai in case of unexpected accidents. Time passed by slowly as Yang Kai was completely immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring battle law. He could not extricate himself from it, and the more he learned, the more he was tempted to cultivate this secret art. This secret art is incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan must have been pretty stupid to fail to break through to the Emperor realm despite cultivating this secret art for so many years. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been traveling all over the world for many years and had a firm mental disposition from all those experiences, so he managed to curb his greed at this moment. Exactly 1 month later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes that shone with clarity. He stood up and stretched, loosening his muscles and joints. His entire body rang out with cracking noises. Shaking his hands, he discovered that they were as good as new. His injuries were fully healed after 1 month of recovery. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Let the revenge begin!" He connected to the star chart within his knowledge sea and activated the power of the star field. Rushing towards the void corridor, he next circulated the heaven-devouring battle law, demonstrating his skills as he started working. Upon learning about the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai refused to cultivate it himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star field as a foundation to activate this powerful secret art. It was as though Hung Luo star field was the one using the heaven-devouring battle law. In other words, the one cultivating the secret art wasn't Yang Kai but Hung Luo star field itself. Regardless of how many different kinds of principles or energies the star field devoured, it could digest and absorb them easily. The star field had the natural ability to do so. This powerful technique was something only a star field master could pull off. On the other side of the void corridor, Wu Heng had a grim expression. He had stood guard in this place for a month and was growing increasingly bored. He initially wanted to cultivate by devouring another star field, but those plans ended up being destroyed. Moreover, Yang Kai had broken into his home and punched him twice. He instinctively knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. So, he could not just charge into Hung Luo star field and attack, lest he be retaliated against and bring trouble down upon himself. Who could have known that 1 month would pass by so peacefully? Nothing happened during this period. It looks like that Yang Kai knows that he can't do anything to me and has given up. The void corridor stood there, but Wu Heng kept his distance, as if afraid Yang Kai would launch another sneak attack. How could he embarrass himself in such a manner? In truth, it would be the best outcome for him if things ended as they were right now. Engulfing an entire star field was no small matter after all. It was only because he could sense that the other star field had no master that he started having such ideas in the first place. Wu Heng would not have attempted what he did if Hung Luo star field had a master from the beginning. Wu Heng was willing to overlook this matter and let bygones be bygones. However, Yang Kai was not. He wanted an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. In Yang Kai's mind, He felt Grand Desolation Starfield's invasion had caused many families to be separated and sects to be destroyed. Even Tongxian realm was almost poisoned to death, and little senior sister nearly died as a result. There was no point in cultivating if he couldn't even vent his anger after such an insult. An abnormal movement came from the void corridor all of a sudden. Wu Heng abruptly lifted his head to look in that direction, but his expression soon sank as he gritted his teeth. "Bastard boy! I even gave you a way out of this." He felt that he was already making a huge concession in his willingness to overlook Yang Kai's previous transgressions. Who could have known that Yang Kai would refuse to rest until he got what he wanted? "I can't believe he is trying to devour my star field instead. I'm going to make sure he learns a painful lesson. Otherwise, that brat will never know his place." Darkness poured out of the void corridor like a tide. It was as if a thick layer of ink was spreading into the surroundings at a rapid pace. Everything the darkness touched turned into nothingness, leaving a chaotic black hole in its wake. Wu Heng ignored the darkness and simply kept backing away from it. It wasn't the right time to launch his counterattack. He could suppress the darkness if he made a move now, but it would definitely lead to an endless tug-of-war with Yang Kai. Therefore, he calmly waited for his chance to end things in one fell swoop. Wu Heng had no intention of obstructing the darkness, since the darkness speed of engulfment was not as fast as he had imagined. Instead, he sneered at the sight. Although they were both Starfield Masters, the time they had spent as Starfield Masters was too different. It was only natural for differences in their abilities to appear. It had not been long since Yang Kai became a Starfield Master, so there was no way he could unleash the true power of a Starfield right away. That was also why the speed of devouring was so slow. Wu Heng slowly retreated, bit by bit. He watched the situation coldly without doing anything as he waited for the moment to launch his counterattack. Yang Kai stood in Hung Luo Star Field with his eyes closed tightly. His current state was rather strange. His divine sense pulsed erratically, as though it permeated the entire star field and was gnawing on something with a giant mouth. A piece of the starry sky that clearly did not belong to Hung Luo Starfield had appeared next to the void corridor. Not only were there meteors of all sizes drifting about, but slightly varying world principles could also be felt within this region. More importantly, it was having some minor incompatibilities with Hung Luo Starfield. Although both Grand Desolation Starfield and Hung Luo Starfield were starfields with roughly the same world principles, they still had their differences. It was similar to the differences between the principles of cultivation stars formed in the same star field. These differences were not obvious on the surface, but the more powerful the cultivation star, the more apparent the differences became. The heaven-devouring battle law operated with the Hung Luo star field as its base. It had a piece of the starry sky as its stomach and was digesting the space it had just devoured. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed. Despite using the entire star field as his foundation to activate the heaven-devouring battle law, everything was still governed by his will. He could clearly perceive all the details of the process as the star field slowly digested the space it had devoured. The world principles of that piece of starry sky that originally belonged to Grand Desolation star field quickly collapsed and were gradually assimilated and influenced by the principles of Hung Luo star field. Both sides merged together and slowly became one. "I can't believe that there's no obstruction. Where is Wu Heng?" Logically speaking, the absorption process should not be going so smoothly. Yang Kai was certain that Wu Heng had safeguards in place, but he had yet to notice anything getting in his way. Thus, it was puzzling him greatly. Strange though it may be, his movements were not the slightest bit hindered. Yang Kai controlled the power of the star field, transforming it into a kind of invisible power that engulfed the other star field's starry sky. At the same time, he had the star field itself operate the heaven-devouring battle law to digest whatever was being devoured immediately after. Yang Kai did not know how long had passed when a strong force of resistance suddenly came from the opposite side and the space he had devoured was quickly snatched back from his grasp. That wasn't all though, as an extremely terrifying force also swept through the dense darkness and tried to consume his mind in return. Is he finally making his move? Yang Kai had long been waiting for this moment, so he was not flustered. He didn't even bother to defend against this attack and simply allowed the force to slip through the darkness and rush toward him. On the other side of the darkness, Wu Heng was laughing coldly. His eyes were full of mockery. It's true that a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. I would have let all those incidents pass without a fuss if this Xianxia had been willing to leave things be. Instead, he turned around and tried to devour my star field. How can I swallow this humiliation if I don't teach him a lesson or two? The wider the darkness spread, the larger the area of engulfment. Accordingly, the more mental capacity Xianxia had to use to maintain the process. When Wu Heng was certain that Xianxia couldn't withdraw his mind immediately, he boldly made his move and prepared to strike a heavy blow at him using the power of his star field. Just like what happened in Hung Luo star field before, the darkness receded from Grand Desolation's star field like an ebbing tide to reveal the starry sky that had been devoured previously. It wouldn't take long for everything to return back to normal if nothing unexpected occurred. All of a sudden, Wu Heng's smile stiffened as he noticed something off. His eyes widened to the size of saucers as the power he had sent through the darkness had encountered an invisible barrier. Forget about taking the opportunity to cause harm to his opponent. He couldn't even proceed any further than that. Moreover, the place where the barrier was located was within the starry sky that belonged to him. How can this be? How can my own starry sky put up such strong resistance against me? Wu Heng felt his heart sinking, and an uneasy feeling grew in his heart. Concurrently, the darkness stopped receding, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not make it retreat any further than this. When Wu Heng lifted his eyes to look in that direction, his jaw fell open in astonishment and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A black hole sporting a diameter of several hundred kilometers entered his vision. The inside of the black hole was a chaotic piece of nothingness. It looked like the world did not exist yet, and it gave off a terrifying feeling. The heart of the black hole should have been where the void corridor was located. But was the void corridor originally this large? It has expanded by more than 100 times at least. What is going on? Has my star field been refined by him? That was the only explanation as to why the void corridor had expanded into a black hole with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. That was because the starry sky where the black hole was located no longer belonged to Grand Desolation starfield. The loss of this region of starry sky was due to it being completely refined, leaving only a black hole filled with nothingness behind. How in the world did he do it? Wu Heng even suspected that there was a problem with his eyes. He had spent the last 3 years devouring a large portion of Hung Luo star field's starry sky. However, he had simply swallowed it up and not digested it yet. If he had, Xianxia would not have been able to snatch it back so easily. Devouring and refining were two different things, similar to a mortal eating a meal. Eating a bowl of rice was different from digesting a bowl of rice. Something that had been eaten could be thrown up again, but something that had been digested truly belonged to that person. His 3 years of hard work had only been eating. On the other hand, Xianxia had digested a portion of his starry sky. Wu Heng's original plan also included this step of digestion. Unfortunately, that part of his plan had to wait until he had completely engulfed Hung Luo starfield and refined the source of Hung Luo starfield before it could begin. That process might take hundreds of years, or maybe even thousands of years. Even so, that time spent was worth it in terms of improving his strength. Digesting a star field was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Wu Heng had been convinced of that fact prior to this. However, he felt as though his common sense had been greatly impacted after witnessing the scene in front of him. The entire process had only taken a day, from the time Xianxia began devouring the star field to the time Wu Heng had moved to stop Xianxia. In short, Xianxia had managed to digest an area covering several hundreds of kilometers wide in just 1 day. Wu Heng did not believe that Xianxia had that sort of ability. Don't tell me, is it possible that the Hung Luo star field is of a higher level compared to the Grand Desolation star field? If not, how can such a bizarre thing happen? This is bad. The moment Wu Heng became distracted, his expression changed drastically and he immediately connected with Grand Desolation's star field source and suppressed the black hole with all his might. I have to get rid of that black hole as soon as possible. Otherwise, the more time passes, I won't just be losing this small amount of territory. It could very well end up in the millions of kilometers. Now, more than ever, he deeply regretted not closing the void corridor earlier. He had allowed Xianxia to fight back, whereas if he had not been stubborn and closed the void corridor right away, the connection between the two star fields would have been cut off and this tragedy would never have occurred. In any case, it was useless to regret now, so he could only make up for his mistake and pray it wasn't too late. The source strength of Grand Desolation star field flashed a dazzling light inside Wu Heng's knowledge sea. It had clearly been pushed to the limits as a pressing force enveloped the black hole from all directions. Even so, the force couldn't get any further than the edges of the black hole. The moment it came into contact, even the ubiquitous source strength showed signs of being swallowed and digested. Wu Heng's complexion became flushed after trying hard for some time while his gaze was fixed intently on the black hole. Rage brewed in his chest, causing his entire being to resemble a volcano that was about to erupt. The aura around him was very dangerous. Xianxia, he yelled up to the sky, feeling extremely unwilling. Regardless of how unwilling he was to admit the truth, as of this moment, he had completely fallen into a disadvantage in his fight against Xianxia. The black hole was no longer under his control. The patch of starry sky where the black hole was located had fallen into Xianxia's hands completely, and was now part of the latter's territory. Thus, Wu Heng was unable to close the void corridor no matter how much of the star field source strength he used. As long as the black hole existed, the connection between the two star fields could not be cut off unless Xianxia took the initiative to retreat. Xianxia was obviously not going to retreat. At the moment, he was experiencing a feeling of joy spreading in his heart. He couldn't wait to swallow up the entire Grand Desolation star field. Why would he worry about Wu Heng's feelings? The heaven-devouring battle law was certainly worthy of being the most powerful secret art ever created. To sum up its essence in a single word, it would be plunder. It did not matter if the other party was willing or not. It plundered every single useful thing it came across without exception. Cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law as an individual would have brought about terrifying consequences. However, Xianxia was using the entire star field as a sort of proxy to activate this secret art, which instantly gave birth to something majestic that could engulf the entire world. He was extremely certain that devouring and absorbing the entire Grand Desolation star field would not be a problem given enough time. The progress in the beginning could not be considered fast. Nevertheless, Xianxia became more and more proficient in the application of the heaven-devouring battle law as time passed. In turn, the speed of devouring and absorbing increased significantly. In less than a month, the black hole in Grand Desolation star field that initially started out with a radius of only several hundreds of meters had expanded to several tens of thousands of kilometers. That pitch-black hole stretched out across the starry sky of Grand Desolation star field and looked extremely horrifying. Moreover, the black hole was still expanding continuously and showed no signs of stopping whatsoever. Meanwhile, the speed of expansion was also increasing imperceptibly. Wu Heng's expression was so sorrowful that he looked like his parents had just been killed and his wife had been stolen away. Grand Desolation star field was damaged, and the most obvious change was a black spot that had appeared in a certain part of the star chart in his knowledge sea. The black spot wasn't that large relative to the size of the entire star chart. However, it was as though a drop of ink had been dripped onto a beautiful painting. It had destroyed the overall harmony and beauty of the picture. What was even more depressing, though, was that the ink was slowly spreading out into its surroundings. Sooner or later, the entire painting would be dyed black. When that time came, Grand Desolation star field would change its surname to Yang. It wasn't that Wu Heng did not resist. He had been in a constant war against Xianxia for the past month. But nothing he did was able to stop his opponent from devouring his star field. How does a fledgling star field master, who just refined the star field source not too long ago, have such power? If I had such power, I would have turned Hung Luo star field into my backyard a long time ago. It wasn't until this moment that Wu Heng realized how bad his situation was. If this matter was not handled well, forget about increasing his cultivation, he might lose everything instead. Xianxia wasn't the only one happy about the process of engulfment. The entire Hung Luo star field also seemed to be experiencing some sort of joyous feeling. Seeing as the world had a will of its own as well, It was only natural that it could detect how beneficial Xianxia's actions were to it. As time passed, the speed of engulfment became faster and faster. Even though Wu Hong tried his best to push back, his efforts were useless. All he could do was watch while grieving as his territory slowly slipped out of his grasp. At a certain moment, an idea suddenly came to Xianxia. He considered the feasibility of this idea while maintaining the engulfment of Grand Desolation Star Field, and the more he thought about it, the more confident he felt it would work. He even had the urge to praise himself for his ingenuity. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the embodiment, who had been standing guard next to him while he was busy with the process of devouring and refining the enemy star field. When their eyes met, it immediately understood what crazy idea Xianxia was thinking about. Thus, it nodded lightly and spread its palm out towards him. Controlling the star field source, Xianxia forced it out of his knowledge sea. The resplendent star chart that had shrunken by countless times appeared in the palm of his hand, shining with a dazzling light. The embodiment took it from Xianxia and swallowed it in one bite before sitting down cross-legged in the starry sky. A short time later, it opened its eyes and nodded at Xianxia to indicate that everything was prepared. As of this moment, it had temporarily replaced Xianxia as the master of Hung Luo Starfield. It would have been impossible for anyone else to do this, as they would have died from the backlash as soon as they swallowed the star chart. Strictly speaking, the embodiment's consciousness was formed from Xianxia's soul clone, both of which originated from the same source. Their auras overlapped perfectly, and as a result, the star field source did not reject this exchange too strongly. In addition, the process of devouring and refining during this period had also given the star field source a taste of the benefits, which made it more willing to accept the embodiment as a temporary replacement as its master. Besides, the embodiment had been cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law for many years, and his comprehension and skill with this secret art was far above Xianxia's. It didn't take a genius to know that the efficiency of letting him take control of the star field source, as well as the process of devouring and refining Grand Desolation Starfield, would be much higher compared to what Xianxia could do. Freed from the responsibility of controlling the star field source, Xianxia turned to look at the darkness and grinned as he muttered, "I'm coming, Wu Hong." Although swallowing and refining the opponent's star field had given Xianxia the revenge he had been looking for, he had not actually caused any harm to Wu Hong. He probably needed to wait until the entire Grand Desolation star field was thoroughly refined before he could truly cause the other party some grief. I don't have that much time to play with him, but I promised that I would beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him, and that's what I'm going to do. Besides, fighting across the boundaries of two-star fields like this doesn't give me a sense of satisfaction, even though I'm holding the upper hand in battle. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's visit the lion's den again. Only this time was going to be different. The last time Xianxia crossed the world boundary, it was to rescue Li Jiao and Lu Sanyong, and he had retreated immediately after succeeding. But this time, he was going there to turn the entire Grand Desolation star field upside down. Needless to say, part of the reason was that he needed to find a way to repair the sealed world bead. As the saying went, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The sealed world bead had been damaged because of Wu Hong, so it was only natural for the latter to compensate for this. Besides, there was no shortage of materials for repairing the sealed world bead in Grand Desolation Starfield. After making up his mind, Xianxia boldly plunged headfirst into the darkness without hesitation. The black hole had spread as far as several tens of thousands of kilometers within the starry sky of Grand Desolation Starfield, and even a couple of small nearby dead stars had been swallowed up without a trace. Meanwhile, Wu Hong continued to retreat, using all his energy to resist the black hole's advance. But his efforts could only slow the speed of the engulfment, not stop it. For an instant just now, the devouring came to an abrupt stop. However, it started up again before Wu Hong could even begin to rejoice and seemed to have gotten much stronger than before. He was unaware that Xianxia and the embodiment had switched roles. Moreover, the horrifying power of the heaven-devouring battle law had increased significantly now that the embodiment was controlling it. While Wu Hong was reeling in surprise, a figure suddenly flashed out of the enormous black hole. Glancing in that direction, Wu Heng's vision instantaneously turned red, and through gritted teeth he roared, Bastard! How dare you come here? Who else could that person be if not Yang Kai? Wu Heng couldn't believe this boy dared to come waltzing back into his domain. Did he not know how to write the word death? However, Wu Heng quickly realized something. If Yang Kai was here, then why did the engulfment not stop and instead become faster? Logically speaking, there was no way a starfield master could make the starfield continue this kind of engulfment process if they were not in their own starfield. However, it was also true that Yang Kai had crossed the world boundary and appeared in front of him. Could it be that he isn't the starfield master? Have I been mistaken all this time? No. The last time we fought, he definitely used the power of the starfield. Otherwise, I would not have been blown away by a single punch. Wu Heng's eyes blazed with hatred upon meeting his enemy. There was no time for him to think so deeply as he fiercely roared. Since you are here, prepare to die. He had previously been humiliated by Yang Kai twice, so how could he dare to let his guard down now? Wu Heng immediately attacked with full force, his large hand stretching out towards Yang Kai and suddenly squeezing hard. Yang Kai felt his entire body becoming imprisoned. Cracking sounds rang out from all the bones in his body, and he spit out a mouthful of golden blood. It was only to be expected that he would suffer for angering somebody else in their territory. Even so, he did not panic and simply grinned at Wu Heng. That smile was ill-intentioned and full of mockery, causing Wu Heng's heart to clench up. He had the feeling that Yang Kai was about to carry out some sort of evil plan, and in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Wu Heng had switched his focus to dealing with Yang Kai just now, taking his attention and the power of the star field away from dealing with the encroachment of the black hole. As a result, though, the shift in momentum between the two star fields was dramatic. Although Wu Heng had not been a match for the opposing star field prior to this, he could, at the very least, curb the speed of the engulfment. However, the rate of devouring immediately went wild the moment he became distracted and expanded by 1,000 kilometers in an instant. The previous speed of engulfment was practically as slow as a turtle compared to its current speed. Wu Heng wasn't standing too far from the black hole since he had been trying to contain the devouring to the greatest extent possible. Thus, the rapid expansion of the endless darkness nearly swallowed him up too. Shocked, he hurriedly backed away and put a few thousand kilometers between him and the darkness all at once. Wu Heng did not dare to delay, and immediately communicated with his star field source to suppress the darkness again. The speed of engulfment slowed down once more, but Yang Kai took the opportunity to free himself from Wu Heng's suppression. After that, he simply crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood there with no intention of escaping. Calmly looking down at Wu Heng with a mischievous expression, he quipped, "Having fun? You court death." The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged and twitched wildly as his murderous intent overflowed from him in waves. Yang Kai chuckled and wiped at the blood at the corners of his mouth. "Why don't you hurry up and kill me then?" The corner of Wu Heng's eyes twitched fiercely in response. Having seen Yang Kai's power before, he knew that Yang Kai seemed to be carrying the Dragon Clan's bloodline. He didn't know what consequences he would face if he killed someone like him. Even putting that aside, Wu Heng didn't have the confidence to say he could kill Yang Kai in a short period of time. The force of his attack just now had not been low, but even so, Yang Kai had gotten off with just some slight injuries. It could be seen that his opponent's defenses and abilities were far beyond Wu Heng's imagination. But if I can't kill him quickly, the opposing star field's devouring speed will surely increase in an explosive burst the moment I stop focusing on it. Not only will that bring danger to my star field, but I may also sustain grave injuries. The rage and resentment piled up like a mountain weighing down on Wu Heng's heart. He was barely able to breathe because of it. He had never imagined that he would suffer such a huge loss in his own star field. Just where did this bastard come from? Why had he never heard of his name before? If he is just a rising star, then this strength was simply too unbelievable. Looks like you are all talk and no substance. Yang Kai seemed oblivious to Wu Heng's murderous intent and continued to add fuel to the fire. It was as though he wouldn't be satisfied unless he made Wu Heng cough up blood from irritation. His actions were similar to walking a tightrope on a cliff though, so even Wu Heng had to admire him for his courage. "Too bad for you, but I'm not in a joking mood." Shaking his head slowly, Yang Kai stared at Wu Heng coldly and continued unhurriedly. Just you wait. I'll be back for your life later. Saying so, he swiped his finger across his neck as though his finger was a knife. After saying that, he turned and left. Stop! Wu Heng shouted as a thought flashed through his head, and the space around Yang Kai turned into a cage, confining the latter inside. However, that moment of distraction caused the expansion of the black hole to accelerate again. It expanded to Wu Heng's side in the blink of an eye, causing him to panic and struggle to cope with it. Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced sideways at Wu Heng. If you have something to say, spit it out. Wu Heng's temper flared at those words. How dare he be so disrespectful to me? Ever since he became the Star Field Master in this place, he felt as though he controlled the world. All the people who had disrespected him had died at his hands. Naturally, he wanted Yang Kai dead too. Although he might be able to pull this off in his own territory, the price he would have to pay was so great that even he could not afford it. I'm in a desperate situation. Those words suddenly popped up in Wu Heng's mind. So, taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly spoke. As the saying goes, it's better to have more friends than enemies. I only tried to devour the Hung Luo star field because I could sense that it was a star field without a master. I won't attempt this anymore now that you have become the star field master. Why not put down arms and make peace instead? If we continue to fight, it will only cause all living beings in both star fields to suffer. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at Wu Heng in astonishment. Are you begging for mercy? Wu Heng replied in a low voice. I was just proposing a solution to our problem. Beg for mercy? Is he joking? The victor isn't set in stone. We don't know who will win once I start fighting seriously. I just don't want to contend with a strong enemy if possible. Oh, it's just a suggestion then. Yang Kai looked disappointed. Then, he shook his head exaggeratedly and said, Then, that's not a good solution. What's wrong with it? Making peace is beneficial for both you and me, Wu Heng questioned patiently. Yang Kai retorted, You commanded the people of Grand Desolation Star Field to run amok in my territory. Countless of my people died or suffered grievous injuries because of that. Don't you think I got the worst end of the deal if I stop now? Wu Heng didn't think so. Even so, he nodded agreeably on the surface and tried to negotiate. That's reasonable. If you find it unfair, then I can give you some compensation. What can you compensate me with? Wu Heng replied. You can have the starry sky that you have engulfed so far. Yang Kai laughed. That already belongs to me. Can you even snatch it back? The starry sky that the heaven-devouring battle law digested had long been fused with Hung Luo star field. So regardless of how powerful Wu Heng was, he had no means to separate the two from each other. Thus Wu Heng asked grimly, Then, what do you want? Yang Kai rubbed his chin for a moment. Since you are asking so sincerely, I'll give you a chance. Wu Heng hated Yang Kai so badly that his teeth hurt from gritting them so hard. Even so, he could only continue to choke down his anger and reply, I wish to hear the details. Yang Kai spread his arms open. I want half of this star field. His words were so casual that one might think he was asking for half of a cake. The veins in Wu Heng's forehead bulged and he enunciated each word carefully. In your dreams. Leaving aside the fact that his pride and self-esteem would never allow him to accede to such harsh conditions. If he really were to hand over half of the star field to Yang Kai, then he would completely lose control over Grand Desolation star field. If that happens, I'll be vulnerable to his every whim. There's no way I'll do something as stupid as to dig my own grave. Yang Kai's gaze dropped and quickly added, The opportunity is right in front of you. You won't get another chance if you let it slip away now. Wu Heng suppressed the rage in his heart and shook his head. I can't do that. Friend, you should make a different proposal. Yang Kai shrugged lightly. In that case, there's nothing else to discuss. Then he turned to leave. Wu Heng hurriedly said, I can give you a cultivation star as a sign of my sincerity. Please consider it as compensation for your losses. I can't give him half of the star field, but it won't hurt if it's just one cultivation star. There are many cultivation stars in Grand Desolation star field, It doesn't matter if I have one less. Xianxia stopped mid-stride and looked back at Wu Heng. Really? Wu Heng was slightly surprised to hear those words. He nodded affirmatively. That's right. Xianxia replied. Then, I want the cultivation star where the Netherworld sect is located. Wu Heng didn't even stop to consider his answer. Good. Pausing for a moment, he continued. From today onward, the Netherworld star belongs to you. The Netherworld sect had basically been wiped out, and even if there were survivors, they were cultivators that were too inferior to be the public face of the sect. There was nobody who could object to Wu Heng making this decision as Grand Desolation Starfield's master. Besides, it wasn't like Xianxia could just take away a star because Wu Heng gave it to him. Wu Heng had simply offered that suggestion offhandedly, never really expecting the other party to actually agree to it. Xianxia smiled. Then point the way, Brother Wu. I'd like to check out my new territory. While speaking, he secretly communicated with the embodiment so that it slowed down the speed of the engulfment. It was obvious that Wu Heng had sensed the change too and stared at Xianxia meaningfully. Although he did not know how Xianxia did it, it was clear that Xianxia was able to control Hung Luo Starfield's star source despite being in Grand Desolation Starfield. This is just too strange. We are both Starfield masters, but I don't have the same ability as he does. If I were to enter Hung Luo Starfield, communicating with Grand Desolation Starfield source would be nearly impossible. Forget about trying to control it. When the pressure from the black hole decreased abruptly, the idea of taking this opportunity to kill Xianxia on the spot immediately came to Wu Heng's mind. However, he only entertained the idea for a moment before pushing it aside. He had a better plan. Please rein in some of your strength. Otherwise, I won't be able to divide my attention enough to send you there, he said while looking at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded at those words and communicated with embodiment once more, and just like that, the pressure coming from Hung Luo Star field significantly reduced again. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned vigilant as he asked, You won't take this opportunity to attack me, right? Wu Heng's expression was calm. Your Excellency, there's nothing I can say if you don't trust me. Xianxia dramatically waved his hands about in response. Forget it. It's nothing. Why don't you send me there for now? As you wish. Wu Heng nodded lightly and stretched out his hand, and a void corridor immediately appeared behind Xianxia, leading to his destination located in the depths of the star field. Xianxia swiveled his head and looked into the tunnel for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. I have an ominous premonition. A greatly ominous premonition. The corners of Wu Heng's eyes twitched at those words. Do you still refuse to trust me, Your Excellency? Although it was true that Wu Heng did not harbor any good intentions towards Xianxia, it wasn't as if he could reveal those thoughts at this time. Xianxia solemnly replied, You're mistaken about something. What am I mistaken about? Wu Heng asked with a grim expression. The ominous premonition I mentioned is for you, Brother Wu. If you don't believe me, you can just look behind you. There was no need for Wu Heng to look back though, as the moment Xianxia spoke those words, Wu Heng distinctly felt the pressure coming from Hung Luo Star field increasing all of a sudden. Panicking, he hurriedly used all his strength to resist, but even so, he could not stop the darkness from spreading. There was an abnormal movement behind him at that time, and glancing back, Wu Heng saw that Xianxia had put one foot into the void corridor. Xianxia paused just like that, looked back, and gave him a warm smile while loudly saying, Many thanks for your good intentions, Brother Wu. Let's meet again another day. Bastard! Wu Heng cursed, and a thought flashed across his mind, causing the void corridor to immediately collapse. He had tried to murder Xianxia within the void corridor, but he was obviously one step too late. A moment later, his expression changed again as he shouted, How is that possible? Xianxia had passed through the void corridor and arrived at Netherworld Star, which was located hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Why is the pressure coming from Hung Luo Star field not showing any signs of weakening? Wu Heng previously thought that Xianxia was only able to control Hung Luo Star field source because he was close enough. Therefore, he thought of an idea, which was to send Xianxia further away from Hung Luo Star field. At that time, he was smirking in his heart. As long as he sent Xianxia deep into Grand Desolation Star field, His connection with Hung Luo starfield source would definitely weaken, possibly even get cut. At that time, Wu Heng would be able to free up a hand to get rid of him. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Yang Kai was so calm and confident. It was because Hung Luo starfield's devouring showed no signs of stopping, regardless of the distance between Yang Kai and the starfield. Rather, it seemed to be even stronger than before, so now Wu Heng had to concentrate all his attention on defending. Where would he find the energy to deal with Yang Kai under these circumstances? Could it be that he isn't the master of Hung Luo starfield after all? A wave of uneasiness spread across Wu Heng's heart. He did not know whether sending Yang Kai to Netherworld Star had been the right decision, and he couldn't help feeling as though he had thrown a torch into his backyard. One that could start a raging fire and burn everything down at any time. Netherworld Star was the peak cultivation star in Grand Desolation Starfield. It was the home star of the Netherworld sect after all, so it was not inferior compared to the Water Moon star of Hung Luo Starfield. The world energy was extremely dense, and it also contained many beautiful mountains and rivers, as well as plentiful cultivation paradises. Moreover, the ruler of this cultivation star was none other than Netherworld sect. Unfortunately, the last star field invasion had caused a heavy loss to Netherworld sect. There were only insignificant members left within the sect at this moment, and the number of Origin Kings left was quite pitiful. Stepping out of the void corridor, Yang Kai stood above Netherworld Star, glanced around, and examined the surroundings carefully. He was extremely satisfied with what he saw and was in no hurry to put his plan into motion. He flew around the Netherworld Star several times before slowly landing on top of a certain mountain. The mountain was incredibly tall, and the world energy aura here was abundant. It was very impressive at first glance, with countless birds and beasts living among its stones. There were several secluded homes belonging to cultivators here too, all of which were guarded by defensive arrays. It was clear that people came here to cultivate in retreat. Yang Kai just did not know if they belonged to the Netherworld sect or some other force. Nevertheless, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these details. He went straight to the highest peak and stretched out his hand. A longan-sized bead immediately appeared on his upturned palm. It was the sealed world bead. This was something he obtained back in his time on Shadowed Star. If one were to trace it back to its origins, then it was an artifact that Yang Yen had brought with her from the star boundary. According to Yang Yen, it was a complete world that was refined by a friend of hers. Since he was similar to that friend in the sense that they both cultivated the Tao of space, she had left it in his care. Over the years, the sealed world bead had left many indelible marks on Yang Kai's growth. It had been a huge help to him many times, and more importantly, they were united in their hearts and minds. It was one of his most important trump cards. The plan Yang Kai devised this time was very simple. He was going to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour a cultivation star and repair the broken small sealed world. The plan had come to him on a whim. He wasn't even sure whether his idea could be realized. Nevertheless, with Hung Luo star fields devouring as a precedent, he was certain that the feasibility of this plan was very high. Hung Luo Starfield could be regarded as a complete world, and since it could act as a medium to execute the heaven-devouring battle law from and engulf another complete world, it was only natural that the sealed world bead could do something similar. After all, the sealed world bead was also a complete world. Fundamentally speaking, it was not much different from Hung Luo Starfield aside from being vastly smaller. If one were to describe the sealed world bead as a small world, then Hung Luo Starfield was a medium world while Star Boundary was a great world. And devouring was possible between worlds. Similarly, the cultivation stars in the starfield were small worlds too. Netherworld Star was one such small world among countless small worlds. It was also the target Yang Kai intended to devour using the sealed world bead. If his attempt succeeded, then it was highly likely that the sealed world bead would be completely repaired. It might even become better than before. At that time, he would have his embodiment control Hung Luo Star field from the outside while he used the small sealed world to stir up trouble on the inside. Grand Desolation Star field would be faced with trouble from both inside and out, and Wu Heng would have to struggle to cope with them. After some time, killing Wu Heng would be nothing. Yang Kai calmed his mind and considered the feasibility of his plan, and after a long while, his expression became serious. Flicking his wrist, he tossed the sealed world bead out. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and communicated with the sealed world bead through his mind. At this moment, he had basically become the will of the small sealed world. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's vision changed. It was as though he had become the sealed world bead itself. This feeling was not unfamiliar, as he experienced the same sensation when communicating with Hung Luo Star Field Source. It felt as though his entire being had merged with the world, and he could control it as he pleased. With the sealed world bead as the intermediary, Yang Kai executed the heaven-devouring battle law without delay. He did everything with practiced ease since he had had similar experiences just recently, so his actions were neither slow nor sloppy. The sealed world bead that was falling downward was immediately filled with a peculiar aura. It was an aura that could devour everything in the world. Wherever the sealed world bead passed, space collapsed and dissolved to reveal a pitch-black void crack. It looked like somebody had cut out a long and narrow slice of the cake that was the world. It works! Yang Kai was overjoyed at the sight and immediately understood that his previous conjecture had been correct. It was obvious that the original space where the new void crack stood now had been devoured by the sealed world bead because he could distinctly sense something extra in the small sealed world. Yang Kai did not know who Yang Yan's friend was, but that person must have been incredibly powerful to refine a complete world and form the sealed world bead. However, what Yang Kai was doing at the moment had surpassed what that person had done. For a long time, the role of the sealed world bead was for him to harbor people, plant all sorts of exotic spirit herbs, or hide from his pursuers. The biggest role it played was to drag his enemies into the small sealed world, where he could control their life or death. Although Yang Kai had the ability to drag his enemy into the sealed world bead and crush them with world force, he could win most fights with his own abilities alone. Therefore, that function seemed a little tasteless. But starting today, the sealed world bead might have an even bigger and more astonishing purpose. Yang Kai couldn't wait to see the final results. A jet-black light appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that had become an intermediary for the heaven-devouring battle law. It was as though the entire bead had turned into a black hole. Moreover, the black hole was no longer Longan-sized as it had been when it first appeared. Instead, it was expanding rapidly while falling downward. By the time it landed on the ground, it had a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer. That was the limit Yang Kai could bring out. It could just barely pass as a devouring domain created from the small sealed world. Without anybody noticing, a huge part of the ground was swept away, leaving behind an enormous pit. Everything had been devoured by the small sealed world, but it wasn't until the pit was several kilometers deep that Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. With a single thought, the sealed world bead leisurely rose from the pit and hovered above the ground before flying off into the distance while grazing against the ground. At a glance, it seemed as though a black hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer was wandering around the star like a living creature, with everything in its path disappearing as it passed. It only took an instant for a long and narrow valley to form at the bottom of the Spirit Peak. When the black hole encountered the middle of a mountain not far away, it immediately tunneled through it, opening up a gaping hole through which one could see the scenery on the other side of the mountain. The peak rumbled and shook. Following that, a disheveled figure flew out from the belly of the mountain and shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourselves." This person had been cultivating in his cave mansion just now when he was awakened by the commotion from the engulfment. Thinking that he was being attacked by a formidable enemy, he immediately rushed out to check out the situation. His cultivation was not that high, only second-order origin returning realm. However, such cultivation was considered fairly outstanding on Netherworld Star nowadays, so he rarely met anybody who could rival his strength, causing him to speak with a lot of confidence. In the next moment, though, he widened his eyes and stared at the black hole wandering across the ground in stupefied amazement. He felt a chill running down his back all the way to his toes at the sight and couldn't help shuddering. What the hell is that? How can it have such terrifying strength? He watched as the black hole turned everything in its path into nothingness, like space itself was being devoured cleanly. One by one, other figures flew out from the various surrounding spirit peaks. They had all been rudely awoken from their cultivation just like this person and soon noticed the presence of the sealed world bead. Staring at it in dumbfounded amazement, they shared a conversation through their divine senses. But nobody could explain the situation. Even though they had been cultivating for some time now and their experiences were not lacking, what was happening in front of them right now was beyond their comprehension. There's someone over there. Does anybody recognize him? The cultivator who first appeared suddenly noticed Yang Kai's presence and pointed him out while asking such a question. Everybody glanced at Yang Kai and shook their heads in response. Could he be the one wreaking havoc here? Who is he? He doesn't look familiar. Is he one of the elders of Netherworld sect? Should we go up to him and ask? Go if you want to. That guy looks dangerous. Everybody made excuses and pushed the responsibility around for a bit, so in the end, the cultivator who first appeared took up the task of communicating with Yang Kai. Cautiously flying over, this man cupped his fists from afar to Yang Kai and asked, Wu Zimin greets, sir. May I ask how to address you? Yang Kai looked up and glanced at Wu Zimin. What do you want? Wu Zimin felt apprehensive, but he put up a brave front despite being terrified as he asked, Sir, may I know if I have offended you in any way? Yang Kai put his hands on his cheeks and leisurely replied, No. Wu Zimin looked troubled. If I have not offended you in any way, then why are you doing this? To what are you referring? Wu Zimin continued, The secluded homes of my friends and I are located in this place. What you are doing right now will endanger our cave mansions. Sir, if this continues, the spirit mountain itself will collapse. Before Wu Zimin finished speaking, he heard an anguished howl coming from the group of people. One of their secluded homes had been swallowed up. Their expression was extremely bitter when even the mountain on which their cave mansion once was began to collapse. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. What does that have to do with me? Wu Zimin pleaded. Sir, please quickly stop using your divine ability. Yang Kai shook his head in response. No can do. I'm not just devouring this mountain. I'm devouring all of Netherworld Star. Ha! Wu Zimin's jaw fell open in shock as he wore a dumbstruck expression on his face. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. I don't feel like killing anybody at the moment. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively as though he was chasing away a fly. Wu Zimin's complexion turned flushed and he hesitated slightly before asking, Sir, are you not from the Netherworld sect? You are the one from Netherworld sect. Your whole family is from the Netherworld sect. Do I look like I'm from the Netherworld sect? The man replied, Sir, don't you know that this star is called Netherworld Star? Do you know how powerful the Netherworld sect is? He was hoping to use the Netherworld sect's prestige to intimidate Yang Kai so that he would retreat in the face of danger. Yang Kai burst out laughing. Netherworld sect has already been obliterated by me. That's impossible. Shoo shoo. You're beginning to bother me. Yang Kai waved his hand again. But this time around, Wu Zimin felt a strong blast of wind on his face. One so fierce that lost his footing and was thrown out more than 1,000 meters. Hong long long. Another mountain collapsed as it lost its foundation and support after being devoured by the black hole. Wu Zimin shifted his gaze in that direction and felt heartbroken. That mountain was where his secluded home was located. Now that the mountain had collapsed, his secluded home was gone too, causing him to turn back and glare at Yang Kai. Unfortunately, all he could do was glare as he did not dare to raise any complaints. What do we do now? These other cultivators present had never seen anything like this before and lost all ability to make decisions as a result. Wu Zimin pondered in silence for a moment before decisively declaring, He is too strong. We are no match for him. Let's hurry to the Netherworld sect to report about this matter. As the saying went, even if the sky collapses, somebody taller would hold it up. The Netherworld sect was the highest authority that existed on the Netherworld star, so this was their responsibility. Everybody felt that Wu Zimin's suggestion was reasonable, so they immediately set off with him and headed in the direction of Netherworld sect. After chasing away those annoying flies, Yang Kai continued to control the sealed world beads devouring. Regardless of where the black hole went, it left a path of destruction in its wake. There was no stopping it, and less than a day later, the mountain range in this region had been devoured cleanly, leaving behind a large, empty basin. One would have a hard time believing their eyes even if they saw what happened. Cultivators could move mountains and shape the seas to a certain extent when their cultivation reached a certain level. However, even that required the use of extremely powerful divine abilities to just barely pull it off. Who would have the ability to make an entire mountain range vanish silently in a day? After devouring the spirit peaks, Xianxia could sense that the black hole that the small sealed world had transformed into had expanded slightly. In other words, its devouring domain had gotten larger. The increase in the size of its devouring domain meant that the efficiency of its engulfment had improved also. One full day of experimenting had allowed Xianxia to verify his conjectures, and he no longer hesitated in this matter. Shifting slightly, he flew off into the distance. In the meantime, the black hole formed by the small sealed world rolled about the ground like a black ball. It plowed the ground and turned it into deep canyons. The lands of Netherworld Star were not the only things that were missing inside those canyons. The principles and the world energy were gone too. A canyon like this could never be restored to normal ever again. Oh! A starship arrived above the wilderness at some point, one with a striking skull symbol on its hull, indicating it belonged to Netherworld Sect. It was just that this was not a starship of particularly high quality, only reaching the origin grade. It could be said that Netherworld Sect had all but emptied its nest in order to invade Hung Luo Star Field. From the sect master to the disciples, more than 90% of its members had joined the crusade. Only a few had remained on Netherworld Star to guard the sect. Wuxia and the others had gone to the Netherworld Sect a few days back and had taken a while to finally meet somebody in charge after going through a lot of trouble and reported what they witnessed. To their chagrin, the person in charge had not taken them seriously at all and didn't even bother to report it to the higher-ups. It wasn't until recently, when more and more people arrived at Netherworld Sect to report the appearance of a terrifying man destroying everything in his path, that the Netherworld Sect realized that the situation was both real and critical. The reports claimed that that man controlled a black ball and devoured all that stood before him. The places where he passed, regardless of whether they were wastelands, mountains, deserts, snowfields, cities, or even sects, would be devoured cleanly by the black ball. Everything ceased to exist in its wake. Thus, the elder who had stayed behind began to gather people to deal with this invader who was raising such havoc. The starship had only flown a few thousand kilometers from the Netherworld Sect before a rumbling sound came from the front. It sounded as though thunder was rolling across the ground. "What's going on?" Inside the starship, an elderly man asked. This elderly man was none other than the elder who had remained to guard the Netherworld Sect. A disciple immediately used an array to display the external images inside the starship. A terrifying scene immediately entered all of their visions. A young man was speeding towards them from the horizon with an enormous black ball rolling several thousand meters below him. The black ball ran across the ground, leaving an indelible scar in its wake. It was impossible to determine how far that scar spread, but it looked as if an unhealable wound had appeared on the ground. "It's him!" Wuxia cried out in horror. It had only been a few days since the incident, so how could he forget this person's face so quickly? It wasn't until now that he understood something, though. Clearly, when this man claimed that he was going to devour the entire Netherworld Star, it wasn't an idle boast. He really meant every word he uttered. "Is that the black ball that is devouring everything?" The elder's eyes widened at the sight. Although he had received many reports on this matter over the past few days, it was hard for him to imagine that something so strange could exist in the world without seeing it with his own eyes. The information he received was perfectly accurate. That black ball was terrifying indeed. Everything and everywhere that was touched by that darkness was devoured cleanly in an instant. "This is bad. He is coming towards us." One of the disciples cried out in horror. "Hurry up and evade," the elder shouted. Although he had yet to exchange blows with Xianxia and had only caught a glimpse of him from afar, he was certain that he was no match for this young man. Putting aside the differences in their cultivation, just the black ball alone gave the elder a dreadful feeling. "I'm afraid even I won't be spared if that black ball touches me." I'll be devoured by it too. It's too fast. We won't avoid it in time. The disciple was close to tears. While that disciple was speaking, a figure swept past the starship as swiftly as the wind. That young man didn't even bother glancing at the starship, as though it was so insignificant to him that it wasn't worth his time. Meanwhile, the black ball rolled underneath the starship. Before anyone had a chance to rejoice, they heard a rumbling earthquake coming from behind them. It sounded as though something had collapsed. Looking back, the elder yelled out sorrowfully, "No! This place was only 1,000 kilometers away from the Netherworld sect, so while the starship might not have been devoured by the black ball, the Netherworld sect located behind them obviously could not avoid this calamity. Thus, the black ball rolled over the Netherworld sect, immediately dividing it in two, cutting a huge swath out of it. The so-called sect defending array couldn't even stop the black ball for a single moment before collapsing. Was that the Netherworld sect? Xianxia glanced backwards. Then, I have to take good care of it. Afterwards, everybody aboard the starship witnessed an even more horrifying scene. The black ball suddenly turned around, returned to the Netherworld sect, and rolled around several more times. In just a few moments, the entire Netherworld sect was gone.